Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. I'm flawless winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's no me.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello everybody and welcome to the Intel Extreme Masters. Dallas is right around the corner. We need to qualify some teams over the last couple of days. We've already played out some of our qualifying action between our regions and now it's time for South America to kick off. My name's Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne on what is set to be a fantastic night of Counter-Strike action.
Indeed, you've got 4 teams here in South America, all trying to make that run happen. And one team in particular, Imperial J, qualified to the last IEM event of 2024, that being Rio. Imagine if you can make Rio, then Dallas, back-to-back America's events. That's going to mean a lot to a local team.
Yeah, well, look, everybody's biting for a spot to be within the Intel Extreme Masters and generally the Counter-Strike circuit, which how much you'll benefit from being in a Tier 1 event. Already, we've seen some teams be within that conversation over the course of this year. And look, for South America, it's one of the most exciting regions at the moment. Got a lot of great talents coming out of it at the moment, and I'm excited to see who's going to break out into that international space. We've already got some in some of the higher end squads, so be keeping our eyes down to the down to this particular day in how things are going to play out and who's going to end up standing out the most. 4 teams will be competing over the course of tonight and tomorrow night. We've got Sharks, we've got Fluxo, we've got Imperial, and we've got Legacy. And today we'll be playing out 2 matches simultaneously on our C and D channels, which today, of course, we'll be taking a look at first and foremost at the Imperial and Fluxo matchup on this particular stream. Afterwards, we will be taking a look at the upper bracket finals, a double elimination bracket format. So we won't know exactly what's going to happen and who's going to be within that app right now, but I think we can take a couple of good guesses to egg.
And just looking at the outside in with a lot of these teams, what we've noticed with the South American region is while they've kept a lot of the cores from the end of last year moving into 2025, they're all trying to embed the roster to be slightly better, right? Maybe changing an AWPer, changing a key rifler, because they know how important these qualifications are and pushing higher up those ranks, getting more Tier 1 experiences and overall game time.
And again, running up those VRS points are going to be very important for everybody involved here, and for the South American region especially. We see a lot of teams that sort of make it up high in terms of the domestic level, but they don't quite hit the same highs to maintain themselves internationally. And there are some teams that will be looking for another foray into the international space. Like I said, our first matchup will be Imperial versus Fluxo. And Imperial certainly are a team that have been at that international level. We're thinking about the Shanghai Major, how they made it through towards that. Through the Americas RMR, they got through by a 3-2 margin, but went out last place when it came to the Major itself. So to start to make your way back up to that level, or at least to try and work up a viable path for you to make it into the Austin Major especially. I mean, look, Dallas would certainly be an event that could be pivotal to them in that respect.
Well, forget talking about one major. What about the other one? They also qualified to the Copenhagen Major earlier in last year. They went to back-to-back ESL Pro Leagues. They qualified to IEM Cologne. They qualified to IEM Rio. They had a lot of licks in getting Tier 1 experience, being able to show that they can qualify and that they're good enough to get to that level. But you are right. It would have been a disappointment towards the end of the year to kind of go, oh, we've made it to the Major, but we haven't really done anything. We've lost to Pain, we've lost to Furia, we lost to Complexity, all local teams, and we just can't bridge that gap of being able to push teams at that environment. And that's perhaps where a change has come in, making sure that, okay, we need to improve the roster. Phelps, experienced player, okay, let's part ways with him and let's bring in some new guns. Let's bring in some fresh names. And for Imperial, when I look at the roster, guys like No Way, guys like Decenti, it shows you that the vision is these young, up-and-coming, hungry players to try and push towards the top of the scene.
That's why I say there's so many exciting elements, and these guys certainly are not short of them. Imperial certainly started the year off on a great foot. They won out the Blast Rising event last weekend, and therefore they've already made their way into Lisbon. So they'll be at a Tier 1 event as it stands. The question is, will they make it into yet another one? On the other side of the board, of course, you've got Fluxo, who ended off 2024 in a very confident fashion, I want to say. They were getting first places in the CCTs and DBEs, the lower level, like Tier 2 events of the online circuit within their region. But starting off this year, it hasn't been quite a solid, Dweck.
No, it hasn't. And can you put that down to embedding a new player? Perhaps you can. Now, when I look at the previous lineup, you've got a few changes. You've got History coming in, a guy that hasn't had the most experience towards the top end of the scene. He brings in the AWPing role to the roster. And I think for Fluxo, they've got to now look at things and say, we need to get a bit of an upper hand. We need to start pressing for results. Well,
look, results have not been all that frequent to them. On the contrary, Imperial currently on a 9-match winning streak between best of 1s and best of 3s. 7 best of 3s to the 2 best of 1s here. And one of those best of 3s was against this Fluxo side during that Blast Rising event, like I mentioned before. That ended up being a 2-0 Dweg. So how much of that can we expect to come out in translation today?
Well, we know Anubis is going to get banned out from Fluxo, and we know Imperial are going to be banning out Ancient. Now, in terms of the picks, you are limited if you're Fluxo. I would say Mirage is an option. I'd say Inferno is also an option. But Imperial just have such a deep map pool right now, don't they?
Yeah.
They like their Nuke. They like their Mirage. They're happy to play Dust too. So when you're going up against a team that's on a big winning streak, that's pumped you in the last series, you do have to curve the veto ever so slightly from last time.
Yeah, look, they've got a lot more maps on record in recent times. I think it's like 39 maps in the last 3 months versus I think it was about I think 27 or so from the Fluxo side. So in terms of differences in experience or just playing time most recently, that's certainly going to be a factor to them. Last time out we saw Dust 2 and Inferno, so I would like to see Fluxo go in a different direction to that just because of the fact that they were so one-sided losses for them. 13-4s on both maps for those of you that missed it. But you're talking about those bans, Ancient coming out from Imperial immediately.
Yeah, Anubis is going to get banned out, and then this is where you start thinking about the picks. Where are some of the strengths from Fluxo? It's going to be tough. They're on a losing streak right now, Mirage. They're on a losing streak of Dust 2. The Nuke looks somewhat more promising, so maybe that's the only option. Do you go and pick into that? Do you try and go into a map that's weaker on the side of Imperial, and at least fairly successful as of late from Fluxo?
Well, you imagine that Dust 2 should be coming out as that first pick because it is so well played from the Imperial side, so we'll get to see that much. Pretty much a guarantee, I want to say. It's not very well won over on the Fluxo camp. You mentioned, of course, or I mentioned rather, the 13-4 loss in the last series between the two teams. And I'm hoping that there's going to be some differences, but it just, again, that makes sense, the most sense from Imperial's perspective to go to that map as their one in the pool.
Yeah, again, Dust 2, Mirage, Nuke, and Train. Train's been picked once from the Imperial side, so don't see it frequently. We saw it in the Blast Squad that you were talking about, Jay, the semi-final matchup against Pain. They picked it, and they absolutely bodied them, 13-2. So Imperial probably saying, hey, our map pool's very deep. We're going to go to something like Train, which means you might even pick into a strength that we'll play.
Quite possibly. I mean, I wasn't expecting it considering how well Dust 2 went for them. I don't really know, like, I mean, I'm thinking about comfortability overall in terms of how much that Train is going to be a factor there and how much they're going to lose in terms of having that previous confident affair from that Dust 2. Nuke comes out from the Fluxo side, so we're going to get some very, very different maps from the picks themselves. Nuke was going to be the third map in that last best of 3, but they didn't obviously go towards that, so a chance for Fluxo to change things up, and I'm happy that they're doing that at the moment. Is that a very good pick for them?
I think it's a good pick. It's a tough pick, though. Imperial are very good on Nuke. It's one of their best maps locally. It's a map that they can push not only teams to easy victories, but they can just slaughter them at times. So I think for Fluxo, it's the right idea to change the map pool. And I actually agree from Imperial's point of view. Best of 3 days ago where you absolutely slapped them. I like that you're not going into the exact same pick of Dust 2 again because Fluxo could have done a lot of history. They could have done a lot of prep. They could have worked on a lot of the mistakes that they saw. So we get a completely fresh veto. And even Inferno towards a decider, it's not a map that both teams have been playing a huge amount recently. So you could say, in theory, pretty even ground. But Imperial's got to look at the beginning of this veto saying, we've got Train, we've got Nuke. Let's try and press for that 2-0 today.
I've done that once before. I wouldn't be shocked if they were able to do it again. I'm just looking at the way that Fluxo are going to approach things from this matchup because we oftentimes do see that best of 3 series is repeating within a short time frame, often going the other direction because that other team has had time to prepare, to look back on the mistakes that they made and to make changes as appropriate, to come back into a fresh mindset and actually turn the victory towards their direction, at least when they're closely competitive against. But I'm just thinking about so many of the circumstances. Again, Fluxo's dip-off in the new year versus the sustained success that we've seen from Imperial, the very clear and obvious run of form that they're on. Again, 9 matches in a row. It's a very difficult streak to hold for any team in any region. So the fact that they're the form team coming into this competition, in my eyes, puts them as very heavy favourites in this best of 3, in spite of the differences that Fluxo could have changed.
The scare as well is that the majority of series that have been won from Imperial haven't been that competitive. The Blast qualifier, I mean, 13-4, 13-4 against Fluxo. They go up against Pain in the next round. You'd say a step up in competition, and it's 13-2, 13-10. They go into the grand final. They lose their map pick, but comfortably take map 2 and map 3. Even in the open qualifiers, the semi-final matchup to get them here today, Jay, 13-6, 13-6. So I'm looking at Imperial, I'm looking at the form, and I'm saying this is where they need to show their pedigree and show that they can 2-0.
Well, I'm certainly backing them for a 2-0 at this moment in time. Train is their pick. Let's see whether they can make it truly theirs. T-side start for the Imperial camp. Fluxo on the defensive line, taking quite a little bit of aggression, Imperial in particular, alongside Nyx there in the upper halls of the B bomb site entryways, and the T's are expecting there to be some sort of push forward. They're just trying to hunt out exactly where. Leading the charge is Descenti. Check position, shoulders barely peeking out. Imperial can take down Try. Hell of a start. A follow-up from Nyx as well. The Julies have worked extremely well for the CT side. Imperial will have to back off.
Yeah, Vinny's got to make sure that that bomb doesn't get dropped in uncomfortable territory. Che's trying to come out from T-Red just to make a kill happen, just to create some space.
A good kill on towards the first player. Still got history backed up. Imperial trying to engage from Pop Dog, but they've given away the man advantage now here, Fluxo. 3-on-3. Imperial have access to the bomb site, but they're going in for more. Art next to fall towards Che. He's going in completely dry, and he's making all these kills happen. 3 frags so far in the round. No way providing support, but Che is charging even closer. Vinny providing support from the backlines. Nyx finally gets one decent headshot in. There's no way dropped. He doesn't know where else to look towards, but Che finally gets his quadra, and that is a hell of a pistol for him.
What a round from Che to just show what he's made of on this Imperial team. He's joined the squad 13 days ago. He's already on a big winning streak with the team. He's proving the team is so successful, and he's proving why he's a great pickup. Now, if you're Fluxo, that's a tilting round to just start off the best of 3, isn't it? You've got the Brown Halls, you've got a little cheeky setup, you have yourself a 5v3, and it's just a complete collapse. Now, something that I didn't mention in the veto process, Jay, is that while Anubis is the insta-ban from Fluxo, they are yet to play an official on Train. So this is going to be their debut today.
We were remiss to mention that particular point, so looking at that Dust 2 pick from the Imperial side, but you are right. There were good positive signs in the early portions of that pistol, but still went the way of the squad that picked into this map. And the eco to follow suit shouldn't be too much more resistance from Fluxo either. Imperial make light work of this one.
If any of our European viewers, Jay, or maybe the guys that just don't follow the local South American scene, Che got picked up by Fluxo. He was on that team and participated alongside Art and Nyx on the other team. He's been benched for a little while, but he's still been a part of the team. So this is going to be not only a rival matchup for him, but a matchup to prove against his old teammates why letting him go wasn't the right option, why they should have held on to him.
I mean, you want to talk about previous organization. Sharks are also playing in this competition, and that was his other prior significant organization as well. There might be a couple of previous meetings. But for now, Imperial certainly seems to be his home for the near future. Does lose one rifle, however. Doesn't quite get recovered. Does do so eventually from Descenti. So all's well that ends well there. Nothing major lost here for the Imperial side. Fluxo now to the rifles for the first time tonight.
And for Fluxo, you want to try and be active on the city side. I think teams are still trying to work out a baseline meta and understanding, certainly in different regions of the world, how you can try and find advantages. We're seeing Train being very T-sided at the moment. A lot of aggression out from T-Con. Difficult to take space from a CT point of view. But with no AWP, you've got Peria just getting towards the back bomb. Often see that area of the map that just gets mollied instantly by the Ts.
No way with a start on Art. Che takes some damage in return. The kill coming out of A main immediately from the Imperial side. Returns very sick from Fluxo, though. It does leave Che in a very awkward spot. Unfortunately, they got all the rifles out here. Might want to see if we can find one of those Galil players and pass the AK off towards them, get the maximum amount of impact out of that weapon. But for now, Imperial are at the advantage.
And this is for Fluxo where you start getting a bit desperate. Don't have a great amount of util. You've got no incendiaries left. So you're sitting back on the bomb sites. You're down by 1. Need to find a bit of a returning kill. Now, there's 3 towards A, but not a lot of activity. Ivy's not being watched directly, so that's where History's getting back into that area just to clear it out.
Those execution smokes towards Zed. The Senti and Vinny in from Pop Dog. Che finally goes down towards Kai, but no way. Imperial go back and forth to the 3-on-3 as Imperial try and force out a man advantage. They're unsuccessful thus far. They almost lined up for Imperial, but no way. And try go for those peaks and headshots coming thick and fast for them. 1v3 now for Nyx.
It just felt as if it was maybe a lack of discipline out there to the back of Bomb. And Nyx is going to try his best at the clutch. And Imperial were quite happy to just sit there, wait for the frag. You have a slight overswing from Imperial, just gets capitalized upon, and then that death zone at the back of T-Red towards Hell, it just starts picking off players. Fluxo off to a bit of an unpromising start. 0-3, haven't looked all that threatening. Imperial are probably looking at how the last best of 3 went down, Jay, and thought, we got off to a really good start. Let's try and not only go 3-0, but keep pushing it. Let's see how long we can keep the streak going for.
Well, by all accounts, should be getting up to 4. Only a half buy available for Fluxo. Money's not been their game so far today. Early doors, the 5-7 trying to catch him off guard, and he actually gets quite an amount for it. Even to the AK. Now, there's a player in the corner. Might get 2 of them. No, a little bit too far off. But look at the amount of work that 5-7 has just done. Kai knows that you can put further smokes in, go back for that AK, and try and dish out some more.
And notice how much space has been taken elsewhere. You've got Nyx that's pressed up all the way in the brown halls. So, a bit of an off angle that's going to be difficult to clear for the T's, depending on where the default goes from this point onwards. I would say that Vinny has to take a lot of the example and a lot of the leadership in this round, not from a calling perspective, but to get them out of trouble. With the HP being so low, you almost need to start baiting players to make sure that the trades are successful.
And this round suddenly went from a formality to suddenly very difficult affair now for the Imperial side. They're fortunate to have these AKs, but there's Kevlar for the players of the CT forces. Exact same setup as well with the stairs and ramp control.
Great clearance here. They know it's going to be A now.
That's all info. They will just push that last player up and through to the apartments and just clear out everything. They can set up a backstab if they're fast enough. And Pop Dog is a consideration as well for Fluxo. 25 seconds for Imperial. They don't know how much trouble they're about to be in for. Kai is the first player to receive. AK does look up superior. Vinny makes his way out. Back turn. High HP individual now dead to right. Advantage well and truly for Fluxo. Try. Does force out one decent pick. Nyx from range misses his bullets. Can't get any more out of this. Bomb needs to go down though. 5 seconds. Player close. Nowhere gets the kill. The Senti follows it up. I don't think they've got time for this. No! History just needs to stay alive. He took a very risky challenge at the very end of that round, but he does come away alive and does come away with the victory for Fluxo.
It's a good effort there for Imperial. There's, 15 seconds on the clock. You've lost your player of the high HP that's coming out from that Ivy gap position. You're trying to tap the bomb. You're trying to draw those fights. And for the most part, it's working, isn't it? Players are taking jewels. Fluxo are getting on the front side. It's just that they couldn't quite catch off that last player. And Fluxo finally win their first. But now we've got to start seeing some stability. They've got the AWP up for history. They know they'll be up against a weakened buy. This is where you can strengthen yourself.
AK's Galil Tech 9. That is a setup for Imperial. Talking about that streak that they had gained and hoping to extend it to 4 rounds in a row, but the damage that Fluxo have output have certainly had its impact, and it's coming to fruition right now. Their chance to swing things back to an even stance on that scoreboard. See whether a bomb plant can come through from the Imperial camp. I've got Nyx set and ready to receive them. Utility just in the way of the execution for now, but it will come down.
Very defensive on B from Fluxo, giving a lot of respect to at least the bomb going down with ease. The first wave of util starts coming out. Pyria still doesn't see Try on the edge of the smoke.
Going for those flashes to blind them off. Good counter incendiary there from Imperial. They have to force forward at the blue train. A very awkward spray from Nyx. Arc can return back. Try is going to get up close and personal towards that said connector angle. CTs are forced to fall away. The bomb is going down on default. Fluxo out of the round.
And this is the worst outcome possible from Fluxo.
Yeah.
You've been given a bit of a gift where you've won an eco that you probably shouldn't have. The economy is going to be rattled, so win that, go up, start giving yourself a round streak, stabilizing your own economy, start getting some momentum on the board, and you've got a pretty good read. You've got 2 on B, bit of an off angle out there to the opposite side of heaven, and it's just a pure whiff. Nyx is struggling against the aggression, and from a calling perspective, from Imperial's point of view, notice how much space they're taking. They realize we're on a weakened buy, we don't have a huge amount of util, let's not just prioritize getting the bomb down straight away and slowing the round in. We want to try and get aggressive and cut rotations. They've got players all around that con smoke, and it just means for the CTs, it's uncomfortable. Nyx and Imperial, the 2B players, get absolutely no success.
All right, up in their faces, Imperial now up to 4. The 4th round they were looking for, not on the streak, but still to the lead and to extend it even further. The rebuys back of the CT forces will once again be looking awkward. They have at least got the AWP out, but the support around it is lopsided. UMP for Art, MP9 for Nyx. Got a couple of saved M4s on the T side the same, but still all rifles across the board for them.
They get a boost up from Try to look over that smoke and catch Pyria straight away. And nicely done for Imperial. Art gets a spam kill on a return, and Kai can try and assist with maybe another flashbang into T-Con, try and keep that pressure up.
Once again, close towards T-Con, and so much damage being done by Fluxo whilst being in that advanced position. Kill found on Try, Che down to 49. Nothing that Imperial haven't been able to return towards the CTs this time. Now Nyx is ready for an aggressive fight here in Heaven over on the B-bomb side. Descenti to check it. Decent dink down, but the AK will win out the headshot. Fights the advantage well and true to the favour of the T side. Is going to once again take all of this map control away from the CT forces. I don't even know if they realise that this player is extended. Finds a crack angle against Kai and gets that kill. Art on 12. Can't do much to hold it. History's backstab could have been impactful if they would hold off against the bomb plant, but the reality is if Fluxo just can't do that from here. Save once again, 5th on the board of Imperial.
What we're noticing in the pro scene with the B-site anchors on Train J is that if you're having an uncomfortable day, okay, you're struggling to hold the bomb side, you are just going to get punished consistently, because if you're not going 1 for 1 or maybe getting 1.5 kills, it's such a tough site to retake, because how do you rotate through con when all the util's down, when a smoke's been thrown in there, a molly, you get blocked. So, okay, you want to go all the way back down towards CT? Mate, it takes ages, doesn't it? You've got to go all the way through Ivy, you've got to come out all the way out from spawn. So we're starting to notice very quickly that if anchors are struggling, it's most of the time instant saves. It's holding onto rifles, it's rebuying up in the next. And B has been the constant hit for Imperial, and Fluxo haven't been able to do much against it.
Whether it be inferior weaponry or just straight up whiffs, you're right. Got to bolster that B-bomb site defensive for Fluxo. At least they've got money in reserve, and alongside the saved weapons, it means that they can afford another investment. This time with an AK upgrade for Art.
Because I don't think you can deny that the takes towards A main have looked pretty good from Fluxo, haven't they? They've always been able to get trades. They're always putting decent damage down towards that area of the map.
Well, let's see whether they can get aggressive again. I mean, you're seeing already Imperial set up behind the red train, and again, they have put the smokes down and just taken blind sprays, gotten very successful with them. And there it is, case in point. Tries to peek into his history. The AWP of the CT side has got the opening kill.
And now we're starting to see more brown holes being taken. Pyria doesn't want to over-aggress through that smoke. No way. Down on the other side. It's another spam kill from Art in the area.
And dropped the bomb as well here, the CT side. Nyx has caught Descenti on the B defensive, so finally things are really starting to go right for the Fluxo side. 5 on 2. With no way in Vinny, no way to crack open these entry positions. Pyria start to get checked. The shoulder bait for information. No way sprays very, very messy. It does come together in the end. Losing a lot of HP, which will not help his campaign. At least grab that bomb, but he jumps right into the man. Kai can get Vinny also on the return, and Fluxo will win the round.
And this is history's kind of best of 3, and maybe qualifier overall to make a statement. Now, he's been a part of the team for, what, 35 days? And Fluxo's in a bit of uncomfortable form. They're not performing to the best of their abilities. I'm looking at the game that they've had most recently in CCT, where they got invited to the round of 16. They got knocked out by the Bounty Hunters, couldn't even take a map in that series. That is a pretty big upset. They should be beating those guys pretty easily. And with such an important qualifier on the line, you want to prove, okay, I'm the new pickup. This is what I'm going to do against a top team in the com.
For a guy that's been on this roster before as well, only reinstated this year. Che straight in for Imperial, once again trying to apply early aggression, but this time Fluxo have posted up the brick wall and Imperial have walked smack into it. Try losing teammates left, right and center, trying to find an angle of attack, trying to find some sort of trade, but nothing is getting found at all. He's got a bomb on his back, so he needs to be careful not to lose all sorts of control. Descenti also knows that there's a player back there at Pop Dog. Are you going to be able to find an angle on Nyx? The answer to that question right now is no.
This is starting to look promising, isn't it? Back-to-back rounds where Fluxo's been able to put a lot of intent towards that T-Con area. They're working picks, playing around the red train. You've got your back green player that's constantly holding that sightline down with the AWP of history. Imperial are going to have to save. The 2v5's not worth going for it. Money's uncomfortable. Perhaps we're finally going to start seeing a bit of a competitive game, and that's what we've all come here for. I know we were talking about it a few days ago. There was a head-to-head. It was a blowout. But what we want to see is a three-mapper game. We want to see competitive scorelines. We don't want these 13-4s to be a consistent rivalry between Fluxo and Imperial.
Both teams have a lot to offer. Not much left for Imperial in this round, however. Have to save their weapons into the next. No sense in dissenting and try going for anything silly here. And Fluxo, a lot of time to go for the hunt, but they also need to build up their own cash. And 5 players maintaining their lives alongside the 3 AK seems like a very tasty little setup for them. We'll start prodding around T-Con again, but we'll not see any of these players, so... A very successful round, a very successful follow-up that should come through from Fluxo. The money's not great from Imperial, on the contrary. The sentient try on the $100 markers for cash. Do they go for the investment around it? It seems like Trey wants to get at least a Galil out, but that seems to be the full extent of the buy.
This entire best-of-3 series is going to be the battle of the in-game leaders, Jay. Vinny and Art were teammates on Furia from February 6th, 2018 to November 25th, 2021. A long-time career on that roster, and both of them made their name a part of that organization.
Still remember when they first broke through?
Hey, you casted them out in America, didn't you?
Yeah. MDL.
When was that? How early to... Do you remember what time period that was?
This is 2019, so this was
okay.
Like...
Fresh Furia.
Exactly, so just when they were starting to break out.
I was going to say, was that still with Able J back then? Or was he gone?
That's tough to remember. It was 6 years ago now to wait, but I have to fact check that. But it was definitely within that sort of time frame, roughly. Because it was a very old Furia lineup, I'll give you that.
Yeah, he was one of the opening riflers, I guess you could say, for the squad, and then he parted ways, and that was it. We never heard from him again.
Lost to the sands of time.
Lost to streaming, I think it was. That's where he went.
Semi-likely, all things considered. Well, this round is lost to Imperial. Fluxo once again overwhelming them, and you did see them actually pick up 4 AKs for a moment with the trade back from Descentids giving Che to recover one of those, but the bomb was dropped in Ivy, and this round has fallen to pieces rather quickly. Again, not too unexpected. They only had the 2 rifles and the extra Galil, plus the pistols that were brought in of upgrades. Good taps from Che, at least going to take some of these AKs out, but as he falls, Descenti needs to hold on to his weapon. It doesn't look like they're going to go all the way around the corner here. Fluxo will start to catch up to Imperial. 1 round to the good on this T-side lead. The money should stack. They should be able to drop guns. Should be able to get together the majority of the buy.
What are your thoughts on Train, Jay? Because one of the sort of elements I consider when new maps come into the pool, whether that be Ancient, Anubis, is quite quickly changes are being made. Map geometry is changing. That just hasn't really happened with Train at all.
Well, I will say,
just left it.
But that's the thing. It's like I will say that I imagine that Valve are like looking at how things are playing out and trying to figure out where those changes are made. Because I also think that the map itself, in terms of how it's played, can adapt very, very quickly because it is so new. I mean, you yourself were saying that the teams are still trying to feel out what the metagame is basically for this map. And there are some aspects of the new Train that, and as a Train fan, by the way, it was my favorite map in the pullback before it got taken out. As a Train fan, I have to say that I appreciate the developments that they've made to the CT side, forcing players and to be, or not forcing them, but like making it more beneficial to get aggressive and to take map control away, particularly with the Pop Dog changes. I wasn't sure how I felt about Pop Dog until I saw it in action in professionals. So yes, I don't know how people are going to counter that and whether that will make it better or worse in time. But I will say that I am a big fan of how this new Train plays. Certainly better than Vertigo. So admittedly, there's not a very high bar to clear, but you know, just I like it so far.
I gotta admit, every time I'm pugging Train, I still try and get on the back of back green, get on top of the train. You just can't do it. Your mind, it still thinks about the old geometry of how certain positions used to be played. Imperial back with their proper buy. Now, it is going to be limited because of where the economy's been with the last couple of rounds, especially with the saves. So a Deagle out for Try, Galil for Vinny, and AKs for the rest. Now, we've seen how the B site is pretty much crumbled for Fluxo on the CT perspective. You've got Nyx that's just playing towards the back of Blue, and then a deeper teammate of Art, actually, with the AK. Now, he has both an Incendiary and a Molly to block.
Flash is sent, Nyx fully blinded. I don't think Kai is in the back lines, but Nyx are going to force forward. Art gets a kill onto Shay. Nowhere gets Nyx. Art able to triple up on the back lines. Try, decent kill, but only one of them. Descenti suddenly all alone. 1 on 3. Kai all the way from spawn. Capitalizes with a kill of his own. That is a wonderful defense from Art.
Yeah, Art's just shown in that round that he can stall for enough time. He's playing from the back of oil. He's not over-peaking. He's not giving too much of a jiggle away. There's a lot of raw individual impact. But notice how Piria's also out there from Connect Up. So they can sort of peek on the contact. They can peek together. And it makes it very uncomfortable from the trading point of view. It's surprising that we're not seeing more tacticals from Imperial because they've hit a brick wall and they have not been able to formulate an answer on how they could post more T rounds.
Started off so well, 5-1 at one point. Now it's gone 5 apiece. Resting on that CT side, perhaps. Either way, Fluxo are the ones in full control, and they're going to make light work of this round as well. Bit of a half buy that came in, although Vinny did go a little bit deep onto his own cash basis. Won't be a problem because of the kills coming in, the extra bonus for Try that should be able to get all the weapons and all the money together for a final buy in round 12. Lacking in the AWP department, but that should also be fine for the Ts. Fluxo at least guarantee that they will not lose the half, which is not what I was expecting at the about 5 rounds ago or so. But can they take full control of the CT side? Imperial have certainly let this one slip by the wayside.
Now, Fluxo just keep that round streak going. Art aggressively trying to see if he can maintain that T-con. At the moment, doesn't see much util coming out from the spawn perspective. So okay, they're not trying to challenge. This is where we can slow the round down. We can get players in position to watch the edge of the smoke just in case the Ts do pop out on the front side of it.
The Imperial taking a very slow approach to this one, as are Fluxo, not quite as aggressive in brown halls anymore. Really got history posted in the Pop Dog entrance. Being the most forward player of this CT aggression, alongside Nyx out the ramp entrance as well. Vinny starting to make his way down the stairs, running right into that AWP though. And the flashbang, force history back, Galil to face, loses life.
Yeah, Vinny's just trying to bait the AWP there and is unsuccessful. Now, No Way and Che, they start walking on the contact because they know that they need to be able to take map control elsewhere. They need to put some pressure on, and it's going to come down to the AWP again to make 2 kills happen.
Secondary shot for history all the way in the back lines. I know he's repositioned to the left-hand side as well. Triple in. Big frags. The back line certainly held. 2v5. Imperial looking like a far cry on how they started this match off with. Descenti now moving closer. Looking for Kai as Che goes forward to Nyx, and Kai will close out the last 7-5 at the turn. Wonderful stuff from Fluxo, but it is their T-side next. Can they handle it? We'll find out. Be a given, but however, it's up to Fluxo to take on the task of the T half, the attacking side, traditionally the more difficult one of Train. The question is, can they do it, Dwayne? Certainly with Art's performance, you might be able to give him at least a little bit of credit.
And it's complete contrast to the best of 3 days ago. He was struggling, Jay. He was towards the bottom of the board, and he wasn't bringing impact. Just 19 kills in 2 maps combined. Today, he's got 10 kills, and in the first half.
He's not the only one up there as well. History at 10, Kai at 9. Fluxo 7-5 at this moment, trying to extend it with an execution that seems to be set towards the A-bomb site. The CT entrance has been locked off. One of 2 smokes they have available. Flashbangs coming in towards the apartments, but Descenti is going to get the kill outside of T-Con. Kai and Nix down and out. Art trying to fight back towards Zed, seeing where Vinny is, but just gets nothing out of it. History finally with 1 trade, but all of his teammates have gone down around him, can double up, but needs a full-blown ace in this round and less than half HP. It seems very unlikely.
Descenti makes that look free. Out there towards Hell, he starts tapping away. And with some support from the teammates, they close the round down quickly. However, History's just trying to show that he can make it expensive. Now, are we being realistic saying this 1v2 has a chance? Doesn't have a huge chance. He's got no armor. He's low on HP. But with the timing, if he taps the bomb, draws Vinny out in the open, let's just see.
He's crept around towards that B-bomb site. Back from spawn all the way. At least a little bit of cash seems likely for Fluxo here.
Imperial playing a setup where they're just giving respect to the plant. They realize there's no point splitting up. Let's just play together, and if the bomb goes down, that's when we can just run in.
Only 15 seconds for History. Thinking that they're going to pack up as well. Plant will be secure. They'll see nothing on that A-bomb site, so they'll know it has to be a B play. No kit on the retake, though.
Julie's expecting a fight straight away, whether that's coming from the ramp of Brown Halls or Heaven. History's going to fight straight away.
Here's both of them. P250 needs the headshot, and he's gone down, but Shay holds control. Holds the trade and will hold the round from Imperial. Pistol win, still giving a bar plant over towards Fluxo, though. What's the chance of a force buy here?
Oh, very high. That's disappointing from Imperial. They had a 5v1, and it looks as if not much is going to be generated. There's going to be no chance for plant. Maybe 1 player goes down absolute most. There's no buy. There's no pressure. And then instantly, not only have you given History a chance in the round, but he gets a bomb down. He gets so much kill bonus that he's going to get an AK, and he looks as if he's going to chuck it off to someone else.
One rifle to speak of here for the T side. Versus the 3 over on Imperial. The Deagle of Imperial is the first player to strike, though. Straight on try. Straight out of T-Con. And straight down goes try to start. 1-man advantage with no HP really taken back from Imperial.
We're seeing a very passive line of offense where they're actually hoping that the CTs get a bit hungry. They're hoping that they take some map control away. Nix and Co are just clearing out the majority of these close angles in from the Brown Halls, but there's so many options to this round. Retaking T-Con, making a bit of a press out to Ivy. It's just a search mission from Fluxo.
The search has yielded no results for now, but not like that makes a difference to the round in terms of their advantage. They start to form up towards an A split, and only 1 man to actually defend the bomb site proper. Descenti even hidden behind the trains. Back at old Hell. The smokes will block off his backup in no way. Also, there was the Ivy entrance. Descenti is waiting for someone to peek in towards him. They're going to have to cross past this position to get that bomb down, and Art gives up the ghost. So that's 1 trade to be found from range. You've still got close range players, pistols and MAC-10s and all, but it's Kai's AK that gets the first frag. Deagle back from Imperial for a second time. Trade's going to sneak right into the hands of Nix, whose MAC-10 will follow up once again for the Fluxo side. Vinny with a decent couple of kills, but will not be able to get all of them, which he needed to do, being exposed as he was. Fluxo with a fantastic response.
And that's only possible because of History's impact on the pistol rounds. And now you start seeing not only the ramifications of what's happened in the last couple, but now you start considering double eco status, Imperial most likely down 6 to 10 on the CT side. We're entertaining a conversation of Fluxo upsetting on map 1 and taking the opposition map pick of Train. That would be a world of a statement to start off this best of 3.
One of those things we talk about Train being such a popular pick with the underdogs because you can catch teams off guard because the map is still not fully well known. Imperial instead picking in towards it and Flux having a few tricks up their sleeve. But it's down to individual performers though. Art, of course, having his impact. History top fragging. History with a fantastic pistol to start off the second half. Of course, Peria's Deagles in the last round. Wonderful, wonderful shooting. Fluxo ahead by 2. Imperial forced by yields no AKs. 5-7 close from Che. Fluxo proven can do a lot of damage. Swing forward alongside try. And both players will trade back Vinny's death. 4-on-3 now from Imperial. And there's a rifle to work with.
Even No Way with the scout defensively out from Ivy is in a position to just keep falling back. Now, if the T's go out towards the A-bomb site directly, no worries. But if they go towards spawn, that's where he's going to generate impact.
Oh, No Way. What a headshot. Kai is down. History cannot hunt him. Looking for another one. Oh, what a flick. History is exactly what he is. Imperial has access to the A-bomb site, can theoretically get the bomb down, but the concern is the 1 versus 4. He'll Molotov off Zed. Ensure that no one can move to that position, but the fight's individually based from range against an AK. Che doubles up, and Imperial, more than one impressive moment in that round. They'll instantly answer back to Fluxo. We go back and forth for the first couple of rounds of this half. Bomb plant bonuses for the T side will only yield so much, but they did get their first round win here on T with a force by the same.
I don't think they should force here. If they force, it's a mistake. Don't keep that pressure up. You didn't do enough in that last round. Now, from a fundamental point of view, Jay, that was an excellent round for Imperial. Notice how much aggression and challenges there were in the Pop Dog and Brown Halls, but then the respect towards Ivy. You don't want to just keep the pressure up everywhere on the map. You want to give certain rooms to freedom, and No Way with the scout has delivered to give Imperial a goodbye. I disagree with this from Fluxo.
We'll see how much it will come back to bite them, or whether Imperial can pull off miracles out of T-Con again. No, dead first player in the round to Descenti this time. Flash is going over real quick for the T side as Fluxo try and work their way in, but Molotovs of the CT forces are forcing them to hold back, and they can adjust well. Descenti sneaks forward with a triple. USP out. History falling to Vinny. There's extra AKs to pick up, and all Nix transferred towards an all. A quadra from Descenti this time, answering well back to History's quadra earlier on. 8 apiece. Fluxo not even getting away with a bomb plant this time. They were completely backhanded out of that round.
And I'm not going to say I was the ghost whisperer there, Jay, to say that I could have seen that coming, but I think we need to look at that round and keep it in the back of our minds, and then think about towards the end of Train, was that decision the reason that Fluxo was not able to take this map? Was that the round that then spurred Imperial into the strength that we saw at the beginning of the game?
Because you'll see them harsh ecoing for this round, of course, $1,900, meaning there'll be a buy in the next round, but Imperial already have a lot of strength in this. If you're looking at the Tech 9 of Art to try and take at least one of these AKs out of the picture, Che is one of them here on B. Kill off against Art, drops that upgrade pistol. It's only Glocks from here, and he'll have to call in for backup because he is 44 HP. Art did his damage, but not enough.
And it could be a little while until we see Try on the big green, knowing that most of the team shouldn't go down. It should be 5 alive. In this one, you're going to rock all of the rifles, keep them in, and then only when a player drops, you're going to get the big green out. And Fluxo, the lower you run the clock, the more util it's going to get baited, which makes the round slightly more expensive. Maybe there's a plant on B. It's actually a very defensive setup here for Chase, so the bomb should go down.
Cash injection to bolster up the buy state, so yeah, at least avoid the potential buy differential, the buy superiority from Imperial. But in terms of this round, they will not take any of those rifles out. They got close on Descenti, but all 5 are alive. All 3 AKs remain. And Imperial have the lead for the first time since they took it away from Fluxo at the start of the map up. That buy will certainly be bolstered. AK's already coming in from Fluxo.
And this has got to be the qualifier where Imperial make a statement to say, hey, it doesn't matter what the rankings show. We're the best team here. Yeah, we might have had to grind the open qualifiers, but we're the ones that have been at Pro Leagues. We've been at IEMs. We're qualified to both majors. We are legitimately the #1 team in this qual. So even if you put up a couple of rounds of maybe some reassistance, maybe you show that it's tough at times, we're still going to win all the maps. We're still going to win all the best of 3s.
Yeah, it was Sharks and Fluxo that got invited via the VRS ranking to the closed qualifier. Imperial to make it towards the open. Come back to that in a second because Che is getting aggressive here. He's trying to fight Fluxo fire on fire, but unable to connect any of the kills here. But just to go back to what I was saying, again, it was Sharks and Fluxo that were invited by VRS, whereas actually I would say that Imperial have had the much better start towards the year. So in terms of the here and now, I would rate them above everybody else. Even if you've seen Fluxo end things off 2024 extremely well, even if you've seen Sharks go second place at a LAN, international LAN at that. 60 seconds on the clock. Che's got so many players to see, but he gets nothing for his spray. Kai, instant headshot. Decenti now, many players spreading out past the B hallways. Is he going to catch history? No, he's just barely peeked away from him. But in at heaven, he can still fight back, get a kill, double up. From range on his Mat 10 will get a trade back. See where Try is as well. Vinny sneaking up the back, and you've got players in at Z that will start making their way in for the retake. Art is still close to contact, though.
Kai's made noise. Vinny's got the info all about the backstabs now.
Baited him in. Well played. Imperial now to move on these last couple of players. Heard those footsteps all the same. They are close towards the bomb, but it's on the default side of Train. Tap burst. Awkward from Imperial, but it comes together against Try. Couldn't react in time. No way. No smoke with a defuse kit. Can't cover himself up on the defuse. And Kai will sneak up towards Heaven himself. Triple for him in the round. Fluxo are even again.
It's a shame that the bomb plant isn't being open, because if it is, it's a completely different round. Bomb plant denial adds a bit more pressure, a little bit more chaos in the comms, but I guess in that round, you know that Brown Halls has been compromised. You don't know if there's a Heaven player, so while players are swinging out, they're pre-aiming towards Heaven. You get that bomb down safely. There's no denial, and Imperial finally get not only one AWP, but a double AWP sequence on Train.
Ramping up the firepower, ramping up the pressure on both themselves and Fluxo. Tries AWP immediately in towards the Brown Halls at the Heaven angle. Tried to get an early shot off, but got, I think, dinked down or something happened to him. 3 points of health. Not a lot to play with now in the round, so immediately that double AWP has been almost completely negated.
Che doesn't have a huge amount of util to block either. Doesn't have an incendiary, only a smoke. Needs to be a bit of an info play from Imperial. They've smoked off Pop, and Decenti's clearing out Olive, and he's seeing nothing. That should start getting the idea of sending a second player over towards B and ZCon.
Senti, re-smoke on Pop Dog. Molly goes down towards T-Con as well for the CT side. Nyx is suppressed. Fluxo's main force is as well. The bomb is outside of T-Con, so this looks to be the A hit.
It's a good pause. I like this off angle. This is B Decenti down in towards T-Con doing a lot of damage, and No Way's got a slight chance to get the opener and then just distract for the rest of the Ts.
Another Olaf is secured. Smoke to the back. Flash is coming in well placed against the AWP. He's forced to take a shot, which he just can't win. Now turn attention towards Ivy, but no one's out there. Decenti in the open behind E-Box, getting killed off by Art. Decent trade for Vinny, but he needs his backup soon, and No Way comes in against Kai. Good shot to a man advantage now, but history is right on the other side of that corner, and the Mac 10 comes forward from Art instead. Sneaking into the back, Vinny presses on against history, makes it a 3 versus 2. He has got Try right behind him. The AWP low, kill found against Imperial, and Che moves up to contact. And to win the round from Imperial, a lead is regained. The double AWP stay in play.
Notice how much time stalling is going on directly on the bomb side, and how the CTs are still trying to offer fights. They're not giving the respect of saying, hey, you can just get the bomb down straight away. You've got the AWP in at Hell that's still kind of moving around. You've got Vinny in Con that's just constantly being a threat to those T-side players trying to cross out directly to the bomb train. One AK gets saved from Vinny. Bit more individual impact from him. Didn't see a lot in the first half.
Contrast to his former teammate who was at the top of the board for Fluxo. For Imperial, it might not matter. They're in the lead. They've got stars of their own. Fluxo's force is also in effect. AWP of history. Lil's in for Art. Tech 9 and Mac 10. Certainly lopsided.
Vinny and Decenti just want to keep blocking out to T-Con, and that just minimalizes the amount of map control that Fluxo really have. And don't have anything pressed towards Ivy at the moment. Few players towards Pop Dog and Brown Halls. It gets silent. The clock starts running. And now for Fluxo, I'm kind of looking at the weaponry, Jade. I'm thinking, who's going to open up this round? History setting up util, so is it one of the riflers? Is it Imperial or Art to get the opening kill?
And they're putting Kai as the first player out of Pop Dog. Imperial hiding passive over at T-Con because they haven't really got a lot of breathing room. Again, smoke's going in deep from the CT side. They've got no more than they can put out on the bomb site directly. Instead, the smoke start coming down for another A execution. No way. Flashed off angle back at red train. Nick seeing where that man is. He gets away with Imperial at least, but Kai has still worked that Tech 9 to success. Vinny trades 15 seconds. He's on the bomb train though. Is this his moment of impact? 3v3 for now. No man advantage. You won't deny the bomb plant. His teammate will try to do so instead. Smoke's about to clear. Art's going to be revealed. Transfer back towards the second player and Nix will drop. History with an AWP pick back. And now to reposition. No one's on the bomb just yet for the CT side. They've got kits on both. And no one is seen. Try not sticking out. He almost gave himself over towards History, tapped it once, falls in line. History with a kill, turn back towards Jay and make it a 1v3 for Fluxo to go even again.
Oh yeah, just when Vinny starts making the play, gets on an advanced angle, off angle, not anticipated with the smoke clear to get both players, it's History that has to try and work the clutch. And for the young man in a high pressure scenario late in the game, he delivers the all-important round to tie it up at 10 apiece.
Huge, huge clutch. And one that might have ramifications on this matchup. Tactical has been called in by Imperial. You were asking for them earlier on during the first half, but here in the second, they've now burned through 2. And for right good reason. They just got their backsides proverbially handed to them. The money is not great for the CT side. You're seeing FAMAS out for Che. The weakened weapon as part of the overall setup. Fluxo may have found their tipping point. This is a swing round because they themselves lost a lot. So the buy on the T half isn't great either. And this could decide who wins the map points.
A lot of flashes indicating an A rush out of T-Con, but that's not the case. Instead, you've got a heavy boost to get Try looking up into T-Con.
Couldn't quite spot March. Smokes are in the way, and some story for Ivy as well. Art gets Try right through the smoke, though, predicting well on where he was, looking down to that CT entrance, and finds the opening man advantage.
This is where Imperial either need to be a little bit gambly or actually be very active and start getting a read on the round, because you said it from the outset, the weaponry's not fantastic because the money's not there. So late in the round, you're going to be struggling with the util. You've got 2 smokes left on Descenti and Vinny. You've got a single incendiary on the AWPer. You've got Che down here on the B-bomb site, just jiggling. Once he sees a flash, maybe a smoke, he can drop that HE. 3 on B, so this is the gamble right now for Imperial.
Smokes are in the way. Advantage sits with Fluxo. Imperial feel like they want to play a safe setup off the back of this B-bomb's execution. So passive from the AWPer, expecting someone to come towards heaven. Now seeing utility coming in. Molotovs to drive him back into the back lines. Is he going to get any of the kills though? He's unscoped. Flash blinded. Crack angle seeing one player. Looks towards heaven where History will capitalize upon the confusion. And now these last CTs have got to save their weapons. There is no choices about it. And that will be Fluxo back in the lead at a critical juncture in this match.
It looked as if it was going to be a B gamble, and it ended up being a bit of an A gamble. You leave the AWP to take first contact, but everybody else is sitting on connector or towards the A site lines. You've got to be realistic with yourself and say that Try is a much more experienced player than History, but if we're going off of raw impact, it's night and day. 9 kills and 13 deaths for Try versus 18 kills and 10 deaths for History, with not only a clutch, but a follow-up round of a single kill that opens up a bomb site. Fluxo to 11. Imperial struggling. You start thinking to yourself, could this be the chance where Art and Co get up onto map point first, and do you even buy here? I'd probably like to see a force. I don't think you give them the respect of OT.
What's the call, Imperial? What's the call, Vinny? Nah, they're going to save him. Catch will build. They will have a definitive buy in the next round. And these 3 M4s will have to post up threat if they want to deny that map point from Fluxo and be a pivotal steal in their best of 3 campaign. Imperial decided this map over Dust 2, which they got 13-4 over Fluxo only in the past weekend. He made this bed that they shall lie in it. Is it a bed of roses or a bed of thorns? Early doors into round 22. Nothing major gain from Imperial or Fluxo at the moment. Kai trying to get a little bit of information and does bait no way into a spray, but nothing to yield to kill.
And they need to get these M4s set up for an early kill, don't they? Try and get a 5v4. Give yourself some leverage in the round. At the moment, Che's got no more util to use on B. Tries hearing the runaway. A USP against Kai on the backstab.
Fight from Try doesn't go as well as he'd like it to. Obviously, weapon advantage sits with the T side. Running this clock extremely low, though. Good smoke timing from Vinny at Pop Dog. That will disallow Nix and Art. It's down to these 3 main players to enter. They might have to flash their way forward to this.
And we saw this play on the aggressive move last time, but it didn't warrant out. Try needs to be the bait. He needs to set up Vinny, and no way he's getting aggressive now.
Molotoving Zed off here. It's going to stall for even more time inadvertently for Flux. I don't know how aggressive the TTs have gotten here. Finally, kills coming in for Try and Vinny as they combine. No way with a follow-up. Looks back from Olof and doubles up. Kai can get away with a trade back, but it's still a 3 versus 2. Try is close. Trying to engage, dishing out more damage, but they're just stalling for time at this stage. Kai and History get those kills. Descenti, he's only got a USP. He's got to get the right pick at the right time. Just facing, getting History. Oh, he just gets Kai as well. Timing is everything, and he timed it to perfection as Imperial steal it again.
Excellent time stalling from everyone in that round for Imperial. You've got bait setups to get the M4s involved. You've got the jiggle from the back of T-Red just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. And Descenti knows they can't get off that bomb. So as long as I kill the player that's not planting, I give myself the best chance possible to win that 1v2. And it's not easy because he's got to jump up on the train, which takes the inaccuracy off, but he gets it done just about 11-11. We saw Fluxo win an eco in the first half. Now we've seen Imperial do it back to them.
Admittedly, they had 3 saved rifles, but you're right. It was a USP that won that round, not an M4. They might have contributed some, but Descenti, 20 frags deep. MVP of the game, most certainly, from Imperial. Not for that one round alone. Che, Incendio expecting them to rush their way in towards the B-bomb site, and they are indeed going to do that. Overwhelming is the name of the game for the MAC-10. Advantage established. B taken. Is there even a retake from Imperial? The money's still not great. I might have to go back to the overtime plan. And that does seem to be the call. They're back up Ivy. Fluxo will hit map point, despite how incredible that previous round was.
I don't think Che's done anything wrong in that round. He's jiggling towards ramp. He's put the incendiary down. He knows that the buy is going to be slightly weakened, at least a few players. So most likely it's the MAC-10 or maybe a pistol that's going to be the front runner. So if you can take that contact straight away, you're going to do the damage and you're going to try and stall. The problem is not much damage is being done at all. He gets completely overwhelmed. Fluxo get the bomb site. Imperial can save, and both teams, they're just coming back and forth with one another with some of these X-Factor rounds where one player's making the difference, and that's just it. That just calls it straight away.
Well, Imperial only losing the 1 player means that they can rebuy. Drop weapons. And use a final tactical. Only right time to call it. It is the last round of regulation. So credit to them for spacing them out. But this will be an overtime kind of play. They have no other choice in the matter. Round 24 to play for. Fluxo trying to nip this one in the bud and take Imperial's map pick.
Now, Fluxo know they have to jump at this opportunity. Anytime you've got a map point against a top team like Imperial, and knowing that it's on their pick, you can't force this to OT. Close at 13-11, get yourself 1-0 up in the series, and put the pressure back on the favorites. Make it uncomfortable for Vinny and Co to get back in the series. It's a strong buy for the T's, and I'm going to be looking out for History in the mid to late round. I'm not really looking at him to strike an opener. but I'm thinking cutting rotations, post-plant. I've seen a lot from him so far, and round 24 is where I'm going to keep in my eyes.
We go for Imperial. Make sure utility just out of Zed. Or Tikon, rather. The Senti hearing these footsteps in the apartments. You've got utility coming in from his teammates. The smoke off the entrance. Tries AWP. Ready for a first shot. Doesn't connect. He's got to put that incendiary down. Che is right there in support, though. Nice double setup. The Senti looking to press on towards Kai. Oh, timing's everything, and Kai's caught looking the wrong way. 5-on-3 now for Imperial, and they're making their way out here. Fluxo. Nyx can get down Che. The AWPer is still watching for contact. Misses a shot. Try just gets out of the way. Now to look towards the cross. Imperial takes a leg shot. No way can take Nyx back. It's 4 versus 2, making it 3 with History's AWP picked back. Tries fallen. Man up for Imperial on the retake.
And this is down to History to play. His teammate's low, but he misses the chance.
Shot missed, goes down to the Senti. Imperial can't do anything from that. It's 12 apiece. We're going to overtime.
Indeed we are. And notice how Art gets baited there, Jay. So previously, he's been able to bait Che and run him down. And he's thinking in that moment, one player on B, it's the AWPer, I'm going to run him down. As soon as he starts putting pressure towards the AWPer of Try, who's there? But Che at the back of blue, instantly ready for that duel to happen.
A bit more confidence like that will get Imperial quite a long way. As this match goes a long way. MR3, 12.5k. Magic number 16 now as we enter our first overtime of the night, and our first overtime in the first map of the night. I don't know if that's going to be an omen for how the rest of the night is going to go, Dweg. There was no limitations to the buy for the time being. Not quite a double AWP setup from Imperial again. Didn't quite work for them in the regulation rounds. But Try's aggressive AWP is trying to. Doesn't quite have vision with the smoke in the way at Heaven, although there's a lot of players out there to receive.
While it might be 2 on B, it is a slightly different setup, and it's going to be the ramp execute again.
Try turns, M4 needs to support him, and indeed this Wombo combo repositioning on the B bomb site, but still making it work. 2 picks found, no trades. Try providing extra support. Try turns on, and Try turns a 90-degree shot on Imperial all the same. 13 on the board of Imperial. Very confident stuff on the B defenders now.
And Try was absolutely farming in that best of 3 a few days ago. 34 kills, 16 deaths, over 100 ADR, and the highest rating in server. He's been quiet over the course of train, and even in regulation we saw a couple of duels from him, but nothing that gives us the glimpses of what we know. First round at OT, we get a round like that, and then I start thinking, okay, this is going to be Try showing what he's made of.
AWP set and true for him. Che this time repositioning. An aggressive angle as Fluxo to change the tact entirely. The A site is the target. The Senti with a decent opening, but no way in Vinny. Responding towards Nyx's kill. He tries to double up on Vinny, but now he's on 39 points of health. They need History to chime in once again. Another 2vx where he is the high HP element. No way is watching for them to creep. This History check Olof. Yes, he does, but he misses the shot. No way. Now caught between a rock and a hard place. They can peek together. He does get Nyx, and History gets the trade. Another 1-on-3 for him to win. He won 1-4. Can he do it again?
Beautiful repositioning from No Way. As soon as he baits the AWP, he's just raiding for the refrag. He's waiting for the other rifler, and this timing could actually catch History out with a knife.
Runs into it, dead. And Che likes the look of that. 14 on the board for the CT side. Springing to life for Imperial now. No more limitations means no more worries for them.
3 rounds in a row now for Imperial, and this is where, not fatigue, but frustration, okay? That you've come in, you had the map point, you've gone into OT, and you haven't had much of a chance. You've been getting bodied by the Imperial side. The last thing that you can do, at least if you can end on a positive note, is disallow that 3-0 CT half.
This time only Che on the B defense. They're reacting to Fluxo's rushes. You might get overwhelmed quickly by these 2 players that are out here. Meanwhile, over in the T-Con, we've got the Senti pushing. History's caught the opening frag over at Ivy, I believe. Starting advantage for the T's. Che now suddenly with a much less bolstered B bomb site, which is where Fluxo are leaning into. Can Nyx or Art get the kill? Yes, Art can. As he creeps forward, Che was not expecting that.
It's just a contact and not much the Imperial can do. They're going to attempt the retake, but 3v5, players out of position, you're going to need a miracle to recover this kind of round.
Last round of the half, so they're going to have to go for it somehow. No way. Vinny does get one trade back on Art at least. Pyria over in Brown Hall's getting a kill up from the heaven position in history. We'll deal with Vinny all the same. Much more confidence from Fluxo to close out and denying the map point from Imperial this time.
Fluxo could be happy with how the end has come down, but I'm just wondering at what point do Imperial get up to map point first and then just show that they've got not only the quality, but the experience to close the game out, to make sure that that opportunity that was granted in regulation goes back to bite Fluxo. And I'm even thinking, if Imperial can come away from being 11-12 down, take train, go into Nuke with confidence, and start on the city side, that's where they're going to show their best.
Advantage T, Imperial. Need a couple of good rounds. It was Fluxo's better half on the CT side, but Try has struck first into that B bomb site execution. He's ready for Pyria to make his way forward as well. Up just above that smoke. Try's landed him. A wonderfully quick execution, but look at the apartments right here. History's AWP could deny the bomb carrier. He's got a second player as well towards the pop dog angle, but Try and Vinny have got it all marked. There's not a worry in the world right here. Art to the 1 versus 5. Fluxo have been completely decimated.
Try is putting up multis and he's putting up raw impact. And just AWP picks down on B. Up against the anchor, up against the rotator, and then even up against the sneaky pop dog player. And 2 map points for Imperial to work with now. Fluxo. Oh, I imagine that the nerves are starting to kick in now, aren't they? They're starting to feel all over the place. This is Imperial's map to win.
2 chances to win it. They've looked like a better team overall. And they look confident, they look unstoppable. See that last round. Fluxo bringing out the double ops this time. Art and History. Using it well for Art at the very least. Try first to fall. Look at the aggression towards Ivy. That might still come through from him. No way he's been dropped. And Fluxo may throw a spanner into the works.
This is Art taking matters into his own hands. Of course, a player that used to be a hybrid, an AWPer, out to Ivy. He has shut down all of the lines of offensive and trapped the T's into limited options. They can either go back out from T-Con or Brown Halls, and that's it.
They choose the Brown Halls. Descenti leads his remaining squad mates. Flashbang and a pop dog going to indicate what's going on right here. I'm still leaving 3 players on A just in case this is a ruse, just in case this is a lurk. I haven't got information on exactly how many players are up there. 1 molly, 1 HE, and 2 flashes to get them into the bomb site. Counter incendiaries there from the Heaven player. Chain out to drop in, does not see anybody. Heat don't land all that damage. Vinny's picked up by Kai. Chain descending, getting a trade back or 2. A bomb plant can just about be secure, and they're all moving in from the backlines here for the CT forces. History almost caught with utility in hand. The HE doesn't land towards the site. History turns on the Senti, and Shay, very impossible clutch to make happen at 17 points of health. He'll get away with 1, but no more than that. Fluxo keep the game going.
It's a pretty good effort considering it's a 3v5. It looks winnable for a moment. If they can cut the rotation, if they can drop History coming out from Zcod, you can see that it forces it into a 2v2. But it's enough of a jiggle to bait the shot and get the swing out. And Fluxo can be very happy that Art had made something happen. And now if I'm in the back of my mind as an in-game leader, do you want to do that again? Do you want to try and be a playmaker? Or do you want to try and utilize that AWP in the late rounds? Art has got to make a firm decision because Fluxo need every advantage possible to force it into another OT.
Initial utility out from the Imperial side are bringing double AWPs to the table here. Double AWP on T. Not frequent, but certainly an option given the economy state of overtime. Round 6 of overtime. Imperial are playing it slow and haven't really gained much pressure. You did see one player try and prod out of T-Con. No kill for him, no punish from Fluxo. Will start creeping into the brown halls and again start prodding in at Zed. That's about it though.
This is one of the rare rounds that we haven't seen much of a contact from either squad. And they've tried to slow, and the CTs are trying to hold on to as much U2 in the late round as possible. And that deeper smoke towards T-Con can limit the options of an A split. And the bomb is starting to follow out towards the brown halls, which is only giving us the indication that it's going to be a B site exec. Art's going to be the first one on contact, and if it's not him, it's going to be his teammate on the bomb site.
Art's leaning forward. Looking for a shot, and he lands on Descenti. Pyria now sneaking in from Pop Dog. Try gets a trade, but Pyria doubles up. Bomb drop, runs right into Vinny, but he's done his job. 3v2, try, can't trade. Vinny is all that's alone now, grabbing that bomb and running right for the A bomb site. He might get a little bit of support here with smokes coming down and further flashes involved, but 7 seconds, he needs that plant now. Kai is at least picked up, but is that distraction stalled for enough time? History's moving closer, he's done enough at this stage. Vinny does not get the fight he looks for, and we play on.
A decent effort from Vinny right at the end. The issue that they find themselves in is that they've run a lot of the time on the clock. They've been re-smoked towards T-Con, and it's an active info play from Imperial. You can give him all the credit in the world for getting up on Pop Dog, eliminating 2 key players at the right time, just when the exec's coming in. And Fluxo may have been up against 2 map points, but Imperial carry on. The game is not done yet.
Double OT. Our fast map continues. Art continues to impress. Kill on Descenti. 22 deep for him. M4 of Kai extends his own marker against Che. Pyria moving close to contact against Noe, who's caught off Kai all the same. Advantage taken by Fluxo. Look at No Way though, past the red trains. History's gonna get caught. Very, very awkward spray. Vinny's got to try and punish it, and indeed he does, but takes a ton of damage. He's lost his teammates 28 HP for what is basically a 1 versus 4. 2 players caught, walks right into the AWP, and Fluxo have the lead.
I want to say that Art has been the more impactful AWPer against History if we're looking from a grand scale. In OT, he's had what? The double push towards Ivy to get the multi-frag. He's then in the previous gun round to make sure it was 15-15, get the first kill in the brown halls, and then right there, he's striking again. He's being an impact player that's working opening picks, that's always putting Imperial in man disadvantages 30-40 seconds into these rounds.
A tactical timeout has just been called. The Imperial squad taking their 1 in overtime. Only 1 available in OT. I'm going to stretch it quite far. The way this one's going down, it might end up being a marathon, contrary to our B stream match. Legacy beat Sharks on map 113.9. Imperial now trailing behind Fluxo, still hunting to take away their opponent's map pick. And this kind of brawl is exactly what you wanted to see, Dwayne. You didn't want to see any blowouts. This is far from it. Art blows out the Sensi. Kills found from History as well on the site taker. They did lose Pyria as the opening frag. History getting closed on by Che, but a no-scope back close range. Now looks for Vinny, who can punish it. Kai so quick to respond to the last man left alive from Imperial, and now Fluxo pull ahead.
And it's the correct reaction. You lose a frag up against Art towards B, so you want to accelerate. You want to get quickly out to A, and it looks promising. You get it into a 4v4 quickly. They just can't trade the AWPer, can they? They try and put all the util down. They have the molly towards back bomb. They have Che that gets quite close underneath the AWPer of History, but still loses out the fight to the no-scope. And Fluxo make it 17-15 just when Imperial called that tactical.
And History struck first already. The AWPers giving no mercy over to Imperial. Try has traded it on Art, however. The 4-on-4 ensues. And nobody else wants to make a move. Imperial to get pushed on by Nyx right here. How much is he going to gain out of this ramp position? Is him and his teammate there, Imperial. It's going to get very, very dicey depending on how things work up with the smoke. Sees no way peeking out. Try being extended upon Imperial, and Nixon made light work of everybody for the Imperial here. Descenti's taken 2 back and trying to do damage to history. The nades come forward and the Orp is forced back, but right into a perfect angle. He'll scope in and get the shots. And Fluxo have got a flawless on their CT side.
It's a pure gimmick in such a key round of the game. Now, we're starting to notice how pivotal and important the AWP picks have been from both squads. But right there, it's a 4v4, it's a lack of info, and you've got 2 players fading the smoke. Now, I like from Fluxo, they don't just try and fall away straight on first contact of the kill. You want to stay. You want to keep pushing for more and more. And the T side, they're getting desperate to try and get a trade back. So you just keep swinging, you keep putting pressure up, and you just can't find the impact. You've gone from Fluxo having 1 map point in regulation to Imperial having 2 map points in the first overtime to now Fluxo having 3 map points in the second OT. Surely this is closing time.
Got almost every advantage you could wish for. What a moment it would be for Fluxo. Got completely decimated in their last meeting against Imperial, and here they are, returning the favor, struggling through the favor, but returning it nonetheless. Fluxo dictating the pace of this second half. Slow to the uptake, slow to the peaks. Imperial waiting for somebody to make a move.
It's getting very slow in this round in regulation. So different to how Fluxo have been on their city side. We're getting a lot earlier contact, so it's a difference of play style. Vinny aggressive in the T-con area. Has heard a couple of footsteps in the brown halls. Now, if there's contact first from Tri with the AWP, that will distract the players entering into T-con and hopefully not clearing out Vinny's position.
Smoke to suppress from Che. Utility to block the Fluxo side. Their eyes and their hearts are set on B, or are they? They're turning back to Pop Dog. Last second decision to split A instead.
Tri is in a strong position from the back of T-Red to get that AWP in. A little bit of a B fake. The bomb should end A here.
Imperial is going to find Vinny in at T-Con. First man down, Tri needs an AWP pick. He was almost baited by Imperial, who sees him, opts not to stick around. They forced out a rotation in from Zed. They take a fight. Art just wins it against Descenti. Che lets 1 player cross and a second as well. Bomb is on site, however, and that's the most important thing. As history gets Che, it's down to a 2v4 from Imperial. Fluxo have finally looked like they've done it, pulling ahead of Imperial, keeping competitive throughout the course of regulation. And now with 3 map points, it looks like they're going to close it with the first one. Nothing that No Way can do but fight in vain. Only a matter of time before the pins close in on him, and it's a 19-15 opening map for Fluxo.
And pure disappointment if you're an Imperial player. You've played this squad a handful of days ago and you've slapped them. You've absolutely owned them. You go into a veto, you're being refreshed. You want to go in for a slightly curveball pick. We know that Art & Co. don't play train. We've had a good train result recently against Pain. Let's pick it in, let's punish. And we've ended up having 2 map points and we still haven't closed. And instead, we've given away our map to the opposition.
Exactly, and that's one of those things that comes back to me why I was so surprised with them not going towards Dust 2, because it was so confident from them in terms of their own map pick last time out. I was surprised they were going to go to something like Train, because we hadn't seen it at all from the Fluxo side in their last, basically since the map had been introduced. So the fact that they had that unpredictability about them gave them a slight edge that we didn't really talk about too much during the pre-match, but very clearly came to fruition right here, and they had some very good individual games.
Indeed they did, and you could tell that they've been scrimming the map because their util usage wasn't poor. Now, you have to be under the assumption that Train will be played at some point. If you're not insta-banning Train, you always leave it open for a team to pick, maybe for it to float for a third map decider. So while we might not have any evidence in terms of maps played until now, it looked pretty good. And Art has got to look at this series and say, okay, we're going into Nuke, we're going into a strength of ours, we've put in a good performance, we now need to up our game because Nuke is a very good map for Imperial.
Indeed it is. However, it was the pick of the opposing force of Fluxo. If they deliver that on map number 1, I wonder what they can do for map number 2. We're going to find out after this very short break. It is Nuke coming up.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate. Nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys! Hey! All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
Well, who would have seen this coming? Train, the pick of Imperial, taken away by Fluxo in a bit of an overtime bonanza. Double OTs had to get played out to decide map number 1. As we move towards map number 2, things could get very interesting. At the break, Dwayne, you were saying that you see where things can get still a little bit dicey for Fluxo because of how the map has played out for Imperial in the past. And certainly that does feel like it's a good logical assessment to draw into when you take a look at the stats and you take a look at the history of Imperial on this map up. But I feel like there's a bit more to this story. Is that a good assessment to make from my perspective as well?
I mean, for Fluxo, they had to work hard. Anytime you get slammed out of a best of 3 and then come back and go 1-0 up, you're going to be really positive. Now, I look at the most recent Nuke officials from Fluxo, and I say they're not really beating anyone towards the top end of the scene. You have to go back prior, sort of further than 3 months. So I think for Imperial, the chances to go to a final map decider do seem quite promising. It's just that, are we going to see the key players step up? Try was underwhelming, didn't see a lot from him. Decenti seemed like he was the best player on server. Vinny was quiet to get started. That was a 5-1 start that Imperial had and then went down 5-7 at the turn. They had momentum. They had that beginning, and they even had 2 map points and still couldn't close out on Train.
Yeah, you're right, and it's just contrasting that to the other side of the board, right? I feel like that Fluxo had a lot of X factor that was missing on the Imperial side. I mean, you think in history, dropped 32 frags and that. I mean, I didn't even notice it because he was just so consistently fragging away, providing all the support and the impactful frags as well. Then you had impactful rounds from guys like Art and Kai and Imperial, all 3 of those guys having individual rounds of bits and pieces here and there, which contributed to their overall stance in terms of this matchup. And that's obviously one key factor that, as you say, I think was missing from them. Yes, the Senti had a great matchup, but it was still not near the top of the board of the other side of the other side of things, and they didn't have that support behind them either. So that's a concern, I think, for Imperial coming out of that last map up. They need to get themselves back together and figure out how they're going to find that performance, because that could well be the answer as to why this could end up in 2-0 for the Fluxo side. Remember, they picked into Nuke, so even though it looks good on paper from Imperial, you must imagine that Fluxo are coming into this one with a game plan.
Yeah, of course they are, but I don't think Imperial need to reflect on too much, right? I mean, you can't kind of have a look at the idea of, they need adjustments, they need this. We're talking about a team that's on a 9-game winning streak. We're talking about a team that's blowing squads out of the water. Yeah, okay, it might have been a slow start on Train and they'll be disappointed not to close out, but it's still the best team in the comp. It's still the most experienced team at the Tier 1 level. So I have no doubt in the back of my mind that Imperial are going to bounce back on Nuke and bounce back on the 3rd map decider to make sure this series is theirs.
I'm a little bit more reserved personally. I'm going to eye up to see how well they start things off. I'd imagine that obviously them picking into this map of Fluxo's part means that Imperial are going to pick into the CT side. If they get a good CT half in, then that's where I feel like that they can springboard momentum and they can capitalize upon that little extra boost in confidence. I do feel like it was very individually based as to why that map ultimately went the way of Fluxo, and I feel like that individuality needs to come out in that star performance there from the Imperial side in order to improve from that first map to that second. You're right in terms of them being a very experienced squad, and certainly, like I said earlier, I think they're the best team of the 4 that we have in the qualifier, but I need to see that quality on server, and Nuke certainly could be that moment to make it happen. I'm not denying any of the points that you've made there. They certainly have had better results against better teams on this map in the last few months, but again, I'm just thinking about Fluxo and how confident they're going to be feeling off the back of that first map.
Now, if I'm going to look at it from Fluxo's point of view, since adding Art and Nix to the team, almost coming up to 12 months now, they've only been to 1 international LAN, and that was out in Serbia for the Res Regional Masters. They would love an opportunity in local domestic competition to overtake everyone else and qualify towards Dallas. I think Art's realized with adding some newer pieces, bringing Kai over, someone that he's familiar with, bringing Imperial towards the end of the year, bringing in a new AWPA of history, that everything is sort of rostered tailored to be one of the top teams from Brazil, to not always have the Pains and maybe Imperials at the top end of the name underneath Furia, that we can start being in that conversation. We've done a good upset on map number 1. We're now going on to home turf. If we're going to be realistic about being a threat in this closed qualifier and being one of the teams that can take the spot, then we need to go for a 2-0. We need to stay in the upper bracket for as long as possible.
Yeah, look, and they have every chance of doing that. Again, I sort of look at the way things have gone down for them, and I feel like you're right in terms of the assessments that you've made there with this team. I think that they've made some very good moves in recency. Again, obviously bringing history in from the bench once again has led towards this performance that we've seen here in this map up. This team have been looking like they are building themselves to, as you mentioned, be a contender within the Brazilian circuit. And to get a win over Imperial actually might be a huge step in the right direction to proving that they could be one of those top-end squads within at least the local division, if not going international.
It's funny that we talk about bringing players back and going out on loan. We don't get that in Europe. It's a real South American thing where organizations pick up players, they send them out to loan. I mean, History got loaned out from Fluxo to Loss, then he got loaned out to Hype, and then he got brought back. And it's the same sort of conversation from someone like Che. He got loaned out from Sharks over to Fluxo and then got brought back again. So just getting these young, experienced players that maybe aren't quite good enough at the time to say, hey, go and play with a squad a little bit underdeveloped, maybe a squad that's further slightly down the rankings, and get some game time, get some experience there, start working up your confidence, and then when we start seeing you develop into a stronger piece, that's when we're going to bring you back. And that's something that's been going on in the South American and Brazilian scene for many of the past years.
Yeah, he's been contracted to this roster since January 2023, so it has been basically 2 years for History's part, and very clearly it's a long-term plan that has currently worked for them, at least in terms of this matchup, and if it continues to work for them, then again, Fluxo could be in a very, very good spot. Now, for the Imperial side, we talked about them being underwhelming individually. Who do you think is the one individual that needs to bring up the most into this second map?
Now, when I look at Nuke, I would probably say Vinny as a caller. He likes to get himself set up in a lot of key areas. So, yeah, Vinny and Try for me.
All right, then. Well, that will be on the CT side start, like I said. So let's see how far they'll go in that respective Descenti that looks for first contact alongside Norway on the pistol defensives here. And look at the damage output from Fluxo already from beyond this smoke. Gooshes onto Descenti and Try.
And No Way trying to see if he can cancel that top site hit. Julie's close range at the top of the HUD, but Fluxo cancelled. Now, they've still got 3 flashes, so keep your eyes out for a double pump or even a fake towards ramp room.
Try joining Che out here at the ramp defensives, but also to play double duty towards the outside because nobody's watching that here from the CTs. And eventually, with no more presence being seen, he will look to try and watch that a little bit more permanently. I thought he was going to, and goes just double dipping back towards that hell entrance. Might be worth it, though. Fluxo are considering their options. Ramp could still be a target, but they're forming up inside lobby right now.
And it's coming down to No Way to see if Imperial can actually win this pistol. With 2 players being goosed, he's got to do some damage.
Both on the bomb side defensive. Try's now made his way up. Che's on his way in. Vinny with a decent kill downstairs. Meanwhile, headshot on the first, second, not quite the third. History and Nyx have traded it back to a 3-on-3 and making it 2 with No Way instantly overwhelmed on the bomb side defensive. Trying to adjust against them coming back up. Che's caught in rotation all the way down towards that B-bomb site. And Julie's getting the better of the last player on defense. The 1v2 clutch for the retake.
And there's only so much that Try can do. His job there is to minimize the damage from the lobby lurk. He's on low HP and he gets caught from the vent players coming back up. Che's come back into lobby and the T's have separated themselves. I'm surprised they're both giving 1v1s here.
Still going to work out well for Nyx though. Triple in this round. Wonderful play pistol there from Fluxo. Carry momentum over from the first map into the second. Pistol T-side start. No bomb plant bonuses available for the CT side as you would expect. There might be a pretty harsh eco on the board for them. Imperial have been a little bit tentative with the force buys. Yeah, just tank this one and go for the rifles in the next.
And Legacy and Imperial are the only teams in this closed qualifier that played at the Shanghai Americas RMR. Imperial the only one to actually go to the major. Both teams will be looking at this qualifier saying we are prime for Dallas. We want to prove that we can do it. But Fluxo might have something else to say about that.
Of course, Legacy leading the charge still on their Sharks matchup. Art leading the charge for Fluxo. It was actually History that takes the first peek and pick with the Mac 10s involved. Plenty of cash being gained by him from range. $1,200 in cash kill bonuses. There should be no more resistance from Imperial against the rifles. These 2 USPs shouldn't get much more of value in this round. Maybe Imperial or Art could fall to a cheeky headshot that comes from Vinny. Nope. Standard stuff from Fluxo. Here come the guns from Imperial.
We know from a tactical point of view, from the in-game leaders, that Nuke was liked quite a lot from both squads. Vinny on Furia and, of course, Art on Furia was one of their key maps in the pool. Like a lot of vent dives, a lot of late lurks, outside pops, a little bit gimmicky at times. So there's no surprise that both Nuke has sort of been reintroduced into the pool for both of these squads to play now on Fluxo and Imperial.
Orbs in on try, glass cannon in this round. Smokes to the cross immediately, Imperial down towards Secret. No one's watching it here from Imperial.
So he ran making noise, but everyone else is walking. So it might only be the tell that there's one player down at Secret.
Bit of misdirection because nobody's watching it, so no one can grab that information either. Try's only now getting to heaven as Art dives down the vent. That might be a bit more of an indication of what's going on here. Vinny's going to consider the rotation as Descenti gets challenged. Reload potential, allowing Vinny a double kill on the spray down. Art and Nick's caught. Descenti now supports him. Bombs on sight, and Che's going to get it. Pyria and Kai, 2 versus 5. They will get one pick on return. The outside player needs to come in real quick and support Pyria because he's all alone right now.
Just get the bomb down, try and stall, and hope that Kai can somehow get in the backline to do some damage.
Back is turned away from. Kill found. Transfer to the second. Does a ton of work, but not enough for the kill. The glill's been revealed. Getting a return on towards Descenti. Needs to kill No Way Off next, and he does do so. 1v1, a 1v3 attempt. We've seen one from History already. Will we see one from Kai? The orb in the hands of Try. Molotov up, trying to block him. Kai's burning. HE sent towards the AWP's position. He's got no defuse kit either. He's got no time, and he'll fall quick with no Kevlar either. 3 rounds on the board of Fluxo. 3 kills on the board of Kai. Another clutch for Fluxo.
Imagine being Vinny in that round. You've got the read, okay? You've got the idea it's a lower play. You go down in the vent, and you're getting 2 kills on the defense against Art. It's the perfect setup. You've got players at lower. You've got crossfire set. And then 10 second by 10 second, it starts slowly unraveling, and you get Fluxo that are starting to work the unthinkable. That was a round made in its bed for Imperial, but it's been stolen away by Fluxo.
Brilliant stuff for Kai. The Fury Alone from Fury Academy specifically. And his impactful moments over on Train. Here on Nuke, he's just taken over a significant swing opportunity for the Fluxo side, when it really felt like they were beat to rights there in that 2v5. Imperial only on the half buy. Cannot really afford to do much other than just die at this stage. No damage done towards Fluxo. Molotov on No Way, forcing him out and into his demise.
A lot of players in server today that have come up through Academy ranks. I look at Kai on Fury Academy, Pyria also on Fury Academy, Nix for the stint on MIBR Academy, Descenti that was on Fury Academy, and then even the analyst for Imperial, Hiskey, who was the head coach for Enigma Galaxy and Imperial female in sort of the female scene. You've got all slightly different routes on how you can go in sort of the more grassroots, lower levels, and then start bringing them up to the higher degrees.
Definitely fitting within Fluxo's proclivity for developing players. Developing another matchup right now, 4-0 to the start of the T side of Nuke. Imperial need to get their start in soon. Otherwise, we could, again, be considering the possibilities of that 2-0 for the Fluxo side. Descenti in against Art. Good kill found. Starting advantage for Imperial this time.
Well, you know that Art's going to be playing around the door quite a lot. He's going to be waiting for those vent dives. Fast, aggressive, out towards ramp. A lot of damage done towards the CT perspective, meaning that Nix is basically done, but somehow he gets the kill against the rotator at Hell.
Alongside the follow-up from Kai as well means the man advantage is tipped well and truly in the favor of the T side. Vinny revealing himself by opening up the double doors, trying to apply pressure by presence, but without getting any of the kills right here. There's a low HP player at the top end of the rafters. The bomb's going to go down towards Old Toxic. Advantage still for Fluxo, but not for long. Vinny takes out Nix to a 3-on-3. 2 players going to swing him. History with the AWP pick back on Vinny. Now turning his attention towards the double doors, but both CTs are inbound from ramp. Kai's about to discover this. The incendiary sent towards Dark. Is that going to spread towards History? I don't think it will. They might think it's clear. It's a very, very shallow Molotov, though, so Noah's going to try and pre-fire it, and History is going to catch him with a no-scope. Descenti now needs his own 3K clutch. Faced on by History, gets taken aback, no defuse kit once again. Kai needs to hold his nerve for another impactful clutch from him. 5-0 now for Fluxo.
I'm being funny, Jay, but that dark emo molly is probably one of the easiest mollies to throw on the lower bomb site rotation from ramp. You get on the wall, you aim at the fire extinguisher, and you left click throw, and that's it. Instead, he's tried to under armor and do it on the fly. Mate, that's cost you the round. That molly lands correctly, you make it uncomfortable for History, you force him out in the open. I can't be saying stuff like that. Rookie mistakes, schoolboy errors being made from Imperial, and Fluxo are capitalizing on it.
A tacticals timeout's been called for Imperial because they need to address things like that. Because you are right. Had to fight History more directly and they couldn't get the kill for it, and no scope took out the aggressing player, and then from there time just ran out and Imperial yet to start on this CT side. And they will not have any more goodbyes for it as well. Hero M4 with FAMAS and pistols on the half invest. Max loss bonus will contribute towards the investment in the next round, but Fluxo, it's going to be a 6-0 on their opening half. More than likely given the way that they're playing.
Well, let's just consider the last two gun rounds. Vinny drops outside of the vent against Art, gets 2 kills. That one right there. Art gets called in the scoik door, opening man advantage. Imperial just aren't closing these man-up scenarios.
And Vinny's getting desperate on the outside control. Swing out into Pyria. Pyria instantly executes him. He tries Deagle, hoping for a headshot. He ain't got a hope in hell, though. Descenti does. M4 at heaven. Double up. Almost a 3rd kill into History. Kai, Art, and History stand off in 3-on-3. Those rifles could get dropped and picked up by Che if they can extend out, but the problem is that they're hunting them, they're holding presence over them here, Fluxo. Very key open space for Che to swing up and grab these guns for. Ooh, the AWP's not watching it, though. History almost went down. Che fortunate, well, History rather fortunate that Che missed his shot there. Right by on Kai also identifies him, so now all players are tagged. Art finally swings in, no way he's going to go drop in. May even look for a bit more.
And Che needs to get this timing. Spam is pretty good from Art. The M4 in the rafters, off angle. Descenti needs to capitalize on Art, and he does.
And needs to get Kai next up. High HP player for the T's. Descenti drops off at the right moment. The 5-7 comes forward from Che, and suddenly History is the man up for the clutch, running all the way down towards the ramp. He's going for the B-side dive. I believe they heard his footsteps, so now he's got to do this the hard way. 17 seconds. Up close, double doors, contested, bomb stuck. Players coming in towards Decon, AWP scoped in, both players peek, and History doesn't know where to look, so Imperial will get their first round.
They don't even open up the double ball to sort of try and strike him or get him off the bomb. They just play together, they make sure they open double and single at the same time. And the round gets won basically because of Descenti and him only. Outside, it was looking uncomfortable. They were losing quite a lot. It was the Heaven player that struck in, and even with Art's insertion towards main, it's not enough to recover the round all the way. And Che with 2, Descenti with 3. My factor, though, that is in the back of my mind is while it's a good round, while it's one that gets you started, it takes a bit of a step back from the T's economy being built up, when are they going to show it in a legitimate gun round? Because as of right now, they are struggling to close a lot of positions where they've got the advantage, where they're in the prime position to make it another round or maybe even more.
The Fluxo lead by 4 at a 5-1 margin. I've seen this scoreline before. First half of train where Imperial led, will Fluxo suffer a similar fate? Bit more outside presence from Vinny. It got players smoked off the diagonals. One player also on top of Silo was bearing down upon them. Vinny's checking it, but not all the vision can be seen. The team's going to break away from that outside default and start playing indoors instead. And this is what it looked like. They may be setting up more smokes towards outside.
One of the differences that Imperial have is the in-game leader on the outside position, constantly looking to fight from back team red, from garage, credit. I don't often see in-game leaders be in the star position. And more impact from Vinny, more readability in the rounds. Descenti just jiggling from the edge of main. Vinny not seeing anything on the top of it.
Another smoke down from the CT side to block entries into the A-bomb site. 2 smokes left for them, only 1 remaining for Fluxo, at least in their pouches. I'm not sure if there's any more dropped in at the T-spawn rather. Kai Moving with the lobby players, Nyx and Imperial playing outside. Imperial in particular, pressing into position. AK sprays, Molotov, damage to Descenti, and no way, Vinny trying to get this opening kill here. Kai and Nyx instantly execute no way in Vinny. Descenti revealing himself, and Art gets caught, but still gets the kill. Che finally with a trade on outside, but they've got the bomb site access. Imperial locked out. This has to be a save call.
Fundamentally, Fluxo are playing some decent CS. That's low time on the clock, not a huge amount of util, and they're being quite creative with it. You've got an A split with a late lurk in from main, the door play of Art being quite comfortable while even being smoked off. Molly's going down, forcing CTs out in the open, good flash assists. Overall, Fluxo have generated not so much a good game plan, I would say, Jay, but they've executed the rounds to decent perfection. They've got good timings, they're peeking off each other well. Anytime you can run the fundamentals to a high level, even if it is just basic, you'll find yourself being very successful on this T side. Imperial is struggling to hold on here, and the scoreline is getting taken away from them, isn't it?
Yeah.
You have your chance of one, you don't follow up, yeah, you're keeping players alive, but Fluxo are running away with this first half, and their goal and expectation will be posting 8 or 9 T rounds, which would be a godsend in such an important game.
And everyone's contributing to it in pretty much equal fashion. Look at the numbers, the kill count, 6 apiece. Art ahead of 7. Imperial had 128 ADR. Contrast that to Imperial, who talked about Try lacking in performances from that last map. He's only on 1 kill. No way is 0 and 7. And Kai has just caught Descenti once again, stepping up to the plate for the Fluxo side and once again delivering in kind. Check out Mini. History is going to get smoked off from Squeaky Door, however, opting not to stick around. All his lonesome Art, spotting players on outside the AWP in particular. Molotoving Art out into the open. Still no further resistance from the Imperial side. They back off entirely.
Even talking about No Way, he's the A-site anchor that's focusing towards Hut. It's a difficult role to play because you're mainly just fighting against the top site hits and you're never rotating for anything else. But when you're not putting up damage, when you're not putting up trades, A is being exposed open. And that's why Fluxo have liked these A splits, execs, the vent dives, because they're noticing where the weak points are. And Try is hoping that he can get a door pick when that smoke clears. And Che is jiggling on the backside of the rafter. Someone needs to develop a fight. Someone's got to force it into a 4v4.
And Che's just backing off. Initial prods from Fluxo, not getting anything out there. Ramp, Imperial gets something on the outside. Tries, Orb can strike, 570 in the way. No way, gets 2. Finally, a bit of impact to the backside. A 3-on-2 established now by Imperial. You still got Nyx and you still got Art. Art burning a little bit. Bomb's been lost towards the T side for now. 15 seconds. Need to find a way in. No way to try for blind shots. At close range, you still got Try. He falls. Nyx trying to force it out. Needs to get this bomb down now, though. Needs support from that backline player. Sees the individual. No way. Pressured by just sheer fear. And Che will try and trade back. And he'll be successful in that regard. Star man for Imperial at this juncture. A very important round for them to take.
Well, Imperial finally show up with a bit of X factor. You spoke about it, Jay, sort of in the pre-show, that we felt that Fluxo had a lot more than Imperial did. That's a round that feels quite uncomfortable, but oh, hang on a second. Tries in a strong position from close vent corner. You've got No Way on the back of A who manages 2, and they're just time stalling. They're all trying to play off of one another. You have a good clutch to come in from Che on the rotation from Heaven, but it doesn't keep many players alive. And that's what you've now got to be considering going into round 9, is there is a constant reset potential because Imperial just aren't having enough players staying alive in these rounds.
Four to the good on Fluxo. Still a lot of room to make up here from Imperial, but can this be the start of things to come on the CT side? No way. Finally getting his starting and kills in this one, but Art's taken down Try to continue to keep his own numbers low. Advantage T. Kai now going in with the vent dive, silent as they may. HE is on Descenti, will reduce the HP for himself. Vinny trying for an outside play, getting a kill. Damage return. Imperia's found Descenti in the meantime, so the man advantage stays here with the T side. Imperia's looking for more. How much is he going to get though? Timing on that Heaven player could be a concern. Flashed against, keeping him blinded. Art's gone down. History has just caught Vinny. So once again, Fluxo maintain their advantages here. Che, outside of heaven, now down towards hell, has left it open for one more T-side player to take control. That's Imperial moving up. They just evaded each other completely until Imperial looks back, gets his spray, and No Way is in a 1 versus 3.
Now you have to go back and replay that round, Jay. Look at the demo. There was a slight shadow advantage. Anytime you go up on heaven, depending on which side of the rafters you're on, you make a little bit of a shadow, and it wasn't recognized by Che. When he rotated down from the ladder, he didn't see it while it was on his screen, and it's just those small little moments that can make a bit of a difference. For Fluxo, it's controlled chaos, isn't it? We're seeing a lot of aggressive duels being made, a lot of space being taken, but everyone knows exactly where they need to be at the right time and who's holding what. They are running riot against Imperial today.
Purely and truly, all things going well. Imperial has struck again. As is Kai on No Way indoors. Descenti and his rifle may need to step up, but alongside Che, they just can't seem to get enough done. Kai's mowed through 2 more. This Deagle is not winning a ace clutch. Not like this. Not with the way that Fluxo have been playing. Not with the way that Imperial have been playing. And they all get to 8 rounds on the T half-dweg. No recoveries from Imperial, it seems.
Well, I've got my fingers crossed that we get another rematch tomorrow. Because I'm thinking, we had a game 3 days ago, which was a blowout. We've now had a game today, which was close, but then Nuke was a blowout. And then I'm thinking, ooh, imagine if there's a match tomorrow. So this Fluxo Imperial rivalry, it seems as if it started already in 2025.
Blowout in one direction, seems to be a blowout in the other one right here for Fluxo. Lost the overtime contention on Train and all. Might give a slight advantage to Imperial on the records for that much, but even so, the way this is going down, I mean, I'm kind of in agreement with you. Remember, double Elim bracket, so victor of this match will go to play the victor of Legacy and Sharks later on tonight, but there is a lower bracket and grand final to play on tomorrow. Vinny certainly wants to be in that upper bracket position as he takes down Art to start things off, trying to change the pace, trying to change the narrative from Imperial. But that's just one pick found so far. Second one's got to come in and try delivers.
Yeah, 2 CTs already rotated down to the lower bomb site. A strong crossfire, one from single door. Vinny that can play observation window and from double. He is getting mollied, so that will force a reposition.
Kai swing, spray is awkward and very tight angle against Vinny at that, so the kill comes in for the FAMAS. Che gets 2 on the bomb site defensive more directly. And that is a bit more like it from Imperial, a 3rd on their board. Fluxo, of course, have plenty of cash to buy in to go for number 9. It's still a very, very plausible scoreline to have for the T side and one that's very, very tasty for them. Orps in for history and try for this round.
In the last 3 months, Imperial have won 12 out of 14 best-of-3s, losing only to Complexity at the Major and Team Solid in a grand final 2 weeks ago. Who could have seen a potential 0-2 in an online qualifier? History on the top of the roof, setting up some early util towards A.
Flash is sent. No Way has got Incendiary in his hand. Vinny for a spray down attempted to master Squeaky Door Smoke. The Senti is the man that opens up the round though as Art tries to swing towards him, get some decent damage, but not the kill.
And Nix is waiting for a further prod in from Hart. And just seeing if there's a slight info play. It seemed as if there was going to be a lineup outside for History to set up some outside smokes. And try and see if you can draw an over rotation. It seems like it should be an inner play. And Try is rotating instantly as soon as he sees the diag.
Back to a boost angle, try and look over the smokes. No one's going to be there for him. Nix instead, indoors on the upper bomb site, taking No Way down. Molotovs will try to push them back as Descenti to reposition. Vinny's going to get caught by Kai, and he turns quickly on towards Descenti and starting to pull ahead of his fair count of his teammates. 13, 14 deep now. He's going for the quadra. Try might just feed him right here. Headshots are plenty for the young man, and it's a 9-3 half for Fluxo, a decimating T-side that could send Imperial to the lower brackets. Been a tough map from Imperial, 3-9 down at the turn, but Fluxo, they have been loving things. Kai's been loving things. Pyria has been loving things right now.
Indeed he has, and there's a good reason for it, Jay. Going up against an ex-teammate of Descenti, over 200 maps played on HLTV together on Fury Academy and O Plano, and now just 4 rounds away from dropping them into the lower brackets.
Not the only Fury Academy, former Fury Academy player in server right now. Kai is on the top frag position. To think as well, in spring last year, people were calling him not good enough for Furia. Maybe in the international stage they might be right, but today it's a very different story. Fluxo on the CT side, starting to press on for the lobby crunch and the pistols. Kai is moving closer alongside Nix, who's caught Descenti first and foremost, and swung upon Try as well. Vinny in the back line, seen there at the closed vent corner. Che has caught Kai at least to trade back one impactful man, but there's so many more on the Fluxo side. History's fallen to a 3v3, though the chances are opened up.
In from the vent, making a lot of noise, but no one's giving him a jewel.
Pyria finds his fight, and eventually Art gets his as well. Che to fall. Vinny now closing in from hell. 1 versus 3, making his move up. He's back his turn towards Pyria, who domes him and instantly takes control of the pistol for the Fluxo side. 10-3. Oh dear, Imperial. It looks like they've not got many more chances to get back into this one.
Well, they've got to buy it up, don't they? Bomb plant 2 kills. I'm looking at the score and I'm thinking there's no way you're going to light buy here. You've got to send it. You've got to buy up all the way.
AK on Che.
Intriguing.
But that's it. Hero weapon drop by No Way.
Now let's see. The new player into the Imperial squad. There's a lot of pressure on him in round 14 to make something happen.
And he gets nothing done at the ramp entrance. No Way. And Vinny actually turned that damage into pistol kills alongside Try. It's actually, ironically, of all things, not the rifle that manages to get this thing back under control for the T side. Art sees what's going on for Try downstairs. You've got Kai moving in with the M4. Takes the fight, wins it, doubles up. Ugh. He is playing like an MVP kind of game right now. It might have been evens between these players on the Fluxo side, but now Kai is pulling ahead of his teammates, pulling ahead of Imperial. 1 more pick in this round available of Try, 1 versus 2. The M4 is so ready for him.
And the one round in particular that was an eye-opener to how much impact Kai's having from Fluxo is the last in regulation in the first half. And Kai does get baited out here from the observation. Now he can just wait for Art. As long as they play together, there should be no way that Try can win this.
Trying to rotate. Oh, I think Art knows what's coming here. Waiting and biding his time. Careful to position, expecting that Try might have been moving away. And right to assume so, because a possibility. Kai started to back off. Might concede this B bomb site control with 30 seconds to go. Try's got to hit one of these two. B was the obvious option. As soon as it comes down, though, they'll hear it, they'll know it. And Kai's still watching for this wraparound, so to come in from vent, this is basically Try becoming a goner. Knives pulled out and everything, as if you weren't convinced. Triple in for the M4. 18 kills in this map. Fluxo. Well, I guess for Imperial, they are holding out a little bit. I hope the fact that they didn't invest all the way into that round. Still got 3 players worth of damage, so this next buy, as broken as it might be, need to convert upon said economic impact and try and reset Fluxo as best they can.
And perhaps it's a rough day in the office, and you don't want to be leaning on that, especially when you've got to play your losers matchup straight after. You don't have tomorrow to go and play it. You can't use that as an excuse in such an important qualifier. Lobby crunch coming in, damage being done, Art to get the first, and the T's just back off. They start running towards outside instead.
Vinny's down, Try is down, took Nix with him at least. Descenti on 15 points of health though. Surely he's not going any further from here. Starting advantage for Fluxo, looking to extend it even more so. Guys hearing them, making their way towards Secret, and outside History's going to smoke off against Che. Descendi starts to move, back turned away from Kai's corner position, so he gets his piece of the pie for this round. 2v4 for Che and No Way. Che can strike back on one, but now he's low.
It's just been absolutely farmed out on Nuke.
Yeah.
And it comes back to the 2 map points on Train not being converted that say, well, that was the ticket. And that would have at least opened up the occasion to a final map decider. And Che's got a pretty good timing, but 22 points of health. I don't see any magic being made in this kind of round.
Imperial's going to get him anyway. Back of the head. And there is no way for no way to win this round. This should be 12-3. There should be map point, and that's exactly what it is. Heavy investments from the T side. Of course, we'll have to convert up another force buy right here and now. It's 9 map and series points for Fluxo. Legacy wait in the wings of the upper bracket final. It's Sharks that will be taking on Imperial for elimination later tonight as well over on the D stream. It seems like our upper bracket final is pretty much all set at this stage though, Dwayne, minus an absolute miracle from Imperial. And I'm surprised they haven't called the tactical here or even in the round before to try and change their fortunes, because fortune has not been smiling on them here today.
No, not at all. Imperial to just watch the edge of that re-smoke towards ramp, just in case they try and pop and they try and run out with accelerated pace. Imperial just don't have much leverage in this round. Perhaps you look at Try with the AK or No Way with the Galil to make something happen. One player on T-Roof, a couple of players out towards ramp. Imperial towards the back of Red is in a strong positive fight against them.
It's that pretty waiting. Nothing's being received for now. Tag and Descenti's been the start here. Kai partially body blocking that one smoke, but not all the way there to Mini. Try's now been seen. Period about to face the onslaught. Alongside History, though, they can combine. They go 1 for 1 on the trade counts, and History will repeat for a bit more. Che can trade that back on his Galil, and now Kai rotates it down into Decon to watch that B bomb site. They recognize that that might end up being a hit. Nyx has also got a good read on Vinny the same.
It's all about timing on whether Vinny takes contact first before the door player, and whether this Mustang angle's even being pre-aimed.
Finds Descenti. They're down to 2. Nyx has not moved. No need to do so. Vinny does. Utility in hand. Dead. Che. Top fragger of Imperial. 1 on 3 to make happen. Right idea about the rafters check, and he does get Nyx there. Bomb plant can be secure, but now Art and Kai start moving in. They're both going to come in from the exact same angle. Che, better hope they're not looking the same place at the same time. Nade sent his direction, he avoids them. Flash to the right-hand side of the bomb site as well to reposition over at the hut. They actually completely sussed this out. Art thinks he's still back behind the silos. Che could play a very cheeky off angle, but if Art gets isolated, it still gives Kai a chance. 19 kills deep for him. Che needs to win this fight, and he will do so. A 1v3 going the way of Imperial this time as they extend play for just a little bit longer.
Well done from Che. The timing on that reposition was just perfect. Being able to cross out from the sight line and give yourself the off. And Fluxo, I'm still looking at this buy thinking, from us, MP9, Scout. Yeah, this could still close, couldn't it? This could still get the job done.
Yeah, it is. That's the scary part about it. Just the way that Fluxo have been playing so far. Auto shotguns in play for History. Where's he put himself? Downstairs, over on the B-bomb site, alongside Periot. Indoors lobby control coming out from the Imperial side. Kai and Art on outside defensive, and Nyx defending A more directly. Che may be the one to take first contact. Very slow to the uptake from Imperial. They know that they can't afford to take this round lightly.
And when you've got a team that's on a 9-game winning streak like Imperial are, that are just smashing teams, you expect the first loss to end the streak is going to be a 13-11 kind of game. Or one that goes into OT. You're not expecting it to be a scoreline and a blowout like it is on Nuke right now. And Nyx just jiggling. As soon as he gets contact or some util against him, that's when he can drop.
Incendiary on Descenti, forcing him back. Kai turns 180, but Vinny catches him off guard with the AK-47. Nyx is still in a close quarters position, somehow finding a cheeky angle ahead of the Molotov. Knows going to make his way out and still gets picked up, but Che burned his teammate alive. 3 on 2 allowed. Scout tags up 1. The XM going to have to close in from range. He's got a bomb with him. Art's right here. Is History about to make history? Try grabbing that bomb, making a lot of noise about it, but History not looking to act just yet. He's moving closer to position, opting not to give away any information. Has finally been seen. Charges up. Players around the corner. Che will get him. Imperial will maintain themselves for a little bit longer with Fluxo's eco inbound as well. They've finally broken the CT economy. Still a very long way back.
And Che's doing everything in his power to just survive at the moment, to keep bringing individual impact. And for a guy that's been on the team less than 2 weeks, that used to play for the Fluxo organization, this has got to be a tough game for him this early on, to be up against some of the very best in what is your local scene. And you might look at ECL in the best of ones, but when you're here in best of threes with a lower bracket to qualify to an event like Dallas, there's a lot on the line.
Che taking the Pro 90 into the back of the A-bomb site. Imperial rushed their way in with the easiest take of the site of the map up so far. Only upgrade pistols available for select players on the Fluxo side, making it always going to be an easy enough round for Imperial. Let's see if Fluxo can do any damage here. One good headshot on a gun, one good dig is all you need sometimes. Imperial's not going to be successful in that endeavor though. The Senti has been spotted, actually does get domed in by Kai's USP. The 5-7 from Nyx can't get away with much more. And Kai will only be successful in that one frag, so 6 more to go. Fluxo still going SMGs into this round.
Well, they want to give themselves a good buy round. They're looking at things and saying, let's get the AWP up. Let's get full M4s, full util, full kits. We're on series point. At least if we invest fairly heavy, we can still give ourselves a good chance of closing the round, but just not the best chance yet.
We have one M4 at least for Art. Look how quickly Mix is going to make his way in, fight on the Senti and still get the kill. Lobby crunch coming out from Kai as well. Round the corner, you've got Vinny and Co. Can't quite find the fights against them. However, the outside players, meanwhile, running their way down towards Secret. That will get heard by Art. The T's start backing away from that position, knowing that they've lost lobby control, and AK picked up a history instead. He actually refunded the SMG to grab that rifle. Suddenly 2 in play.
Vinny just gets caught. At least Piri is down at lower. Having an MP9 to just go 1-for-1 will stall and try and do some damage.
Art towards the outside, trying to find an angle. There's actually a big gap in that smoke to the left. Vinny has caught him, however. Piria jumps around the corner there at the double doors downstairs on the B-bomb site, finds the AWP and the bomb, but goes down quickly in trade. History is now set up to the B rafters. How many players is he going to find? Molly's to cut rotations. Kai on the way in with the M4 now recovered. And that towards ramp. No one's going to check this upper corner. No way does in the end. History fallen. But Kai comes up with a double. No way and Vinny are down. Kai's got 22 to go 23. Not quite. But Nyx has got all the info in the world. So much more being given away by Che. The double doors are closed. He plants down towards Decon. Taps it once. Open doors up for Nyx. Close range. But the AK wins the fight. And they got dicey from Imperial. But they hold on for a little bit longer still.
It comes down to Che again, who's playing just his 30th map for Imperial to have another clutch, to be able to win another 1vx. Looked as if Kai had done enough. With the damage that he brings on rotation towards ramp, everything set up. Very well played. Close the doors, get on the other side of it, get the bomb down, and then just draw the fight. And Fluxo will be happy with what was brought in that last round, because now they can focus up on the gun rounds.
2 players on 22 frags on either side. Fluxo with Kai, Che on Imperial. And these 3 players making all the difference. Che, especially in these later few rounds, Imperial's squad have basically been carried by him out of survival.
And is that a good sign? Is that a bad sign? Your brand new, fresh player is getting you out of trouble. It's great for a new signing, but what about the other guys? What about the core that's qualified to 2 majors last year?
I mean, certainly in the context of this matchup, a bad sign, because there's still a comeback from 12-3. And 5 rounds to go for the Imperial camp. Che needs some backup, or he needs to continue just doing monstrous, unbelievable things. And any one round could shut it down. Fluxo did all that damage with just a basic set of SMGs and such. History's AWP now in play, and he's found no way to kick things off in ramp.
Now, Vinny's trying to take the space on the cancel to try and insert himself to hell and perhaps set up an A split. You've got the Senti that can come out from door.
Vinny up. Finds a fight on Art Court. Napping down on the bomb site. Nyx can still get a kill. Che will trade it. Pyria starting to sneak forward alongside Kai here in Hell. Will see his teammate and tries AWP. Contested by a quick jumping M4. Kai leads the charge again. HE sent towards site. And Cindia is to block out the back of the silos. Che will get forced into the open and into his demise. But Descenti still trades back onto Pyria. 1 versus 2. On the diffuser going to go. Hishu knows exactly where he is. Kai can just hold the whole thing. Descenti's going to make his way up. Hishu's needs to protect his teammate. And that's exactly what he does. And that is a map and series for Fluxo. 2-0 over Imperial. They move to the upper bracket finals.
It's a good result, and it's one that is surprising. Now, I know we sort of brought it up early in the day, Jay, that when you've got a best of 3 in limited span of times, you do expect a different outcome. We saw a different veto. We also saw a very different result. We get a 2-0 in the other direction. And for Nuke, wasn't much punishment, wasn't much of a fight at all. That was a clear-cut performance, and one that Art and the boys can be very proud of.
And on the contrary for Imperial, disappointing way to end your 9-match winning streak. Like, not only to go down in 2-0, but the fact that you basically pretty much were 13-3, right? It was survival up until the very end of things where they started to come together and start to generate some sort of comeback. I mean, that was... that was a kind of surprising whitewash. I thought if Imperial were going to lose this matchup, it was going to be because Fluxo had made adjustments to make them rather close, because I still looked at Imperial as being the best team in the competition here in the qualifier, and that certainly has tested that, because Fluxo have completely smashed them out of the water, and that is a very encouraging sign for them going into their second best of 3 today.
And perhaps they've just been humbled. Is it maybe an egotistical point of view that you're smashing everyone, you're getting a lot of wins, you qualified to Lisbon, you can come in here and you can steamroll teams again? Sometimes you need to be humbled and you need to be beat down brutally for you to then back up. Now, I'm going to be very realistic and say their chances of still making the final are very high. They should be able to cleanly go through the lower bracket and get themselves in a strong position for the Dallas qualification. But this is a wake-up call, and this is a good game to reflect on.
I mean, I'm going to contrary you for a second there, Dweg, because I'm going to present another theory here for you and give you your impressions on this. What if this is a serious off day for Imperial and they are not playing to their same level of form? And it's like, okay, well, if it's an off day, you're not going to get another day to recover from that. You have to do it today. You have to win this elimination match that's coming up over on Channel D in a moment's time against Sharks, right? And remember, Sharks, highest ranked team in the VRS when it comes to these 4 teams played right now. So if you're Imperial and you're having that off day, what's the chances of them getting upset again tonight?
The chance is always going to be there, especially when you've got to play back-to-back best of 3s. However, I think the chance is still going to be quite limited. I look at Sharks. They might be the highest VRS ranked team here, but I think that they're one of the weakest teams in the comp. I think it's a good opponent to build momentum and to be able to bring confidence moving into day 2. And there's a lot of coaching staff on this Imperial side. You've got Zach as the coach. You've got a couple of analysts of ZQK and Hisky. Probably talk to a couple of the guys, get a bit more of an understanding of maybe what went wrong in that game, what some adjustments can be made. But I'm not too fearful for Imperial's run, at least just yet.
Well, look, I will say that taking on the Sharks is not going to be the most difficult factor in the world, considering that they also lost out to Legacy, going single digits on both of those map-ups there. Of course, it will be Legacy versus Fluxo in the upper bracket matchup, and I'm not too surprised that Legacy made it through that last game, and I think the Fluxo certainly have earned their way forward to this one. So, yeah, very significant stuff coming in from both teams. I'll be looking forward to how tonight's upper bracket match is going to end. Do I have a quick preview for that one?
You've got an experienced side in Legacy. A lot of guys that have been familiar at the higher ends of sort of that tier 1 environment. I know that Lux and Nissim have just come over from Pain, so I'm sure Art's going to look at that game and say, let's put in another good shift. Let's try and see if we can have a very successful day number 1.
Well, these matches, of course, are coming up of the elimination game on ESL D and here in the upper bracket match for ESL C. That's coming about an hour and 45 minutes time, so do stay with us here and return after our extended break. We will come back to see if we can close out day 1 of the South America qualifier for IEM Dallas.
What's your name? Lee. Lee, mate, nice to meet you. What's it like being part of the best crowd in esports? If you're not here, you're not living. Let's go, the boys!
All right, for now, we're going to send it away. Let's show the world why we're the best crowd! You're champions!
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
If I heard that you 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 way I live life. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. heard that you if I heard that you if I heard that you what a shame on me. What a shame on me. If I heard that you what a shame on me. Way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it, way you do it, the way I live a life. Way you do it, the way I live a life. The way I live a life. Way you do it.
And welcome back to the IEM Dallas South America closed qualifier. It's time for our second series of the night on day one of South America's proceedings. We move to the upper bracket finals, where both of our winners from earlier today will now take each other on for a chance to be the forerunning team in the grand final. My name is J. I'm joined by Dwayne on Channel C, our mainstream for South American production. And of course, this is going to be our matchup between Legacy and Fluxo. Fluxo earlier on tonight on the mainstream were able to defeat Imperial pretty handily. Dweg. Now it's time for a new challenge.
Indeed, and if we're going to say that Fluxo had a pretty easy time, then surely we have to say Legacy had an easier one. Back-to-back 10-2 halves versus Sharks. That's a statement, mate. To be able to go out there and just dominate from the get-go, I'm now keen to see what the link-up's going to be between the two.
Yeah, because you could argue that actually Legacy got the better of the results. I know we're talking about Imperial being the superior team here, but remember, VRS points dictate everything, and Sharks were the highest-ranked VRS team coming into the competition today. So the fact that they've beaten them as handily as they have means that we're set for a bit of an unstoppable force versus a removable object sort of matchup to close out the night.
And for Fluxo, at least for us, we've seen what they were able to achieve, what they were able to play in that best of three. And I think we'll be looking for a lot of those key players. I mean, Kai in particular played exceptionally well out there on Nuke. He was closing rounds down. He was multi-fragging well. Art was being really annoying on T-side Nuke in particular, of just always catching really good timings. And then History, the newest player for the Fluxo organization, has held his weight and outclassed Try. So when you're going up against a tough team and you've shown you're the better AWPer, you're going to go into this Legacy series and say, okay, Sadzin's the AWPer on the other side. He's my man. I'm gonna have him. He's gonna be my number today.
Yeah, if you missed it from earlier today, you remember, or you and I, Doug, will remember, of course, that they was the one that dropped 30 bombs in the first map of Train. So already we're taking a look at a couple of players being key highlight individuals. And obviously, I think throughout the course of the former part of Nuke, that things were looking very cohesive across the entire board. So there's a lot of individuals that have been performing extremely well today. I think that performance may be pivotal towards Fluxo's continued improvements and continued development here over the course of things. But look, they've given me no reason to worry at this stage. However, again, the next threat is going to be this Legacy side, who also had to make their way forward from the qualifier alongside Imperial, and now they stand here against an invitee squad to try and see if they can once again prove to be the underdogs of victors.
I was quite surprised about the open qualifier run that Legacy had. They were pretty much smashing teams in the best of ones. They get to the semi-final, which is the promotion game once you get into the best of 3, and they 2-0'd Bestia. That's a squad that's done very well towards the tail end of last year. They had a couple of European stints, so Legacy's made a bit of a statement. Now, when I look at their map pool, I know that they don't like Train. I know for Fluxo, Jay, we at least got to see it in that best of 3. It'll be a Train ban from Legacy. Fluxo will be banning Anubis. In terms of the picks, I think Mirage or Nuke is probably a good option from Fluxo, and then for Legacy, I think Inferno or Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a little bit of bleed over there. Of course, you're mentioning Mirage potentially being an option for either squad. So maybe that's one of those maps that could get floated towards the very end of the pool, maybe being a third map decider in the series. So I guess we'll see how those secondary options work out, or whether or not they want to go towards that more comfortable territory right there. It is Legacy. They get first pick of the litter. Train and Anubis banned, like you said, Dwayne. So let's see how Legacy want to play this.
Yeah, Inferno, I think, would be the safe option, and then floating Mirage right towards the end. You probably bang on. I think both teams would be thoroughly happy to play that one.
Well, Dust 2 is actually picked in, so not Inferno or Mirage there, Dwayne. What's the thinking here for the Legacy side?
Well, it's slightly different. Legacy are on a bit of a winning streak on Dust 2, but it's the first time they've picked it in the last 3 months. They like their Anubis, they like their Inferno, they like their Mirage. So this is definitely going into an upper bracket final, trying to curve the veto. And maybe it's the same conversation that we had with Fluxo when they took on Imperial, saying, there's a head-to-head a few days ago, let's try something different. So that's definitely out of left field to pick into Dust 2 today.
Well, look, they'll go towards Nuke here on the Fluxo side, of course, doing extremely well against Imperial earlier on today with that map up. So we've got some great comfortable territory right there. Still going to have Mirage float in as the third map decided, which definitely feels like it would be the most appropriate direction for these two teams to take it. I mean, look, it depends on how they feel about each other and whether or not they fancy their chances or fancy their opponent's chances more specifically, and whether they think that Mirage is going to be a key threat as a third map decider.
Yeah, just because both teams play a lot of Mirage. I mean, Inferno, I thought Fluxo could have picked into that, or even Legacy could have picked into that. So it's going to be either Inferno or Mirage. I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference. I think both of those maps are fairly comfortable, at least in the recent history for both of the local teams.
Well, the alternative would be Ancient in this case, and I don't see either of those two maps getting picked into this one. It is actually a Mirage ban coming in from Legacy, so they do not want to play it. Now, with that common piece coming out, if you are Fluxo, you go towards that Ancient. Yeah. So yes, we will get to see Ancient, which actually kind of works out because it's not a great map for the Legacy side. Their lowest win rate map in the pool as of right now. They've got a decent play rate on it, admittedly. But look, Fluxo in the last 3 months, they haven't lost an Ancient.
Yeah, I'm very surprised about that one. I thought Ancient was going to get banned out straight away by Legacy, and maybe it shows that they're happy to play it. I mean, something that I would say is that while there's a huge amount of Ancient officials won in a row, it's 7 as the marker, only 3 of them have been with the newer players. Or I should say only 2 of them, actually, with history in the roster. So sample size is a bit smaller, but I suppose Core's still been there. So, look, Ancient's going to be a good map, but Legacy have done some digging. I know they've got Chucky as the head coach and ADR as sort of the assistant coach analyst. They'll would have done some preparation. They would have done some thought process. If they were happy to float Ancient, there's got to be a surprise up their sleeves.
Well, there better be. Again, it's a very low win rate map for them. Yes, they did actually smash out Sharks 13-5 on that one, so earlier today specifically. So maybe there was a few more tricks up their sleeve for that particular matchup, and maybe there's a few tricks that can come out here on this map today. But thinking about the rest of the scene and how they've done in previous map-ups being played, they were taken to overtime, lost against Solid, another Brazilian team right there. I lost out to M80 with 9Z, which is of course fair enough. Those teams are very good, especially in the case of 9Z. So for Legacy, it is one of those low win rate maps. I think one concerns is that the fact that those losses, with the exception of the Solid matchup, were very one-sided. So there's a serious possibility that things might snowball. Is that a correct assessment there? Or
no, I disagree with that completely. First off, those matches were at the RMR. You're talking about a different environment, and you're talking about when Nickez and Barton were still on the team. So I think change of roster, a couple of new faces coming in. I actually want to talk about the pickups because Nissim and Lux are very experienced players. I think Legacy have done well towards the end of the year and coming into 2025 to sort of improve that roster, get in young players that had quite a lot of pedigree on Pain. I remember for the majority of 2024, people at the Tier 1 environment that were watching the European and international teams were really excited about Pain. I think Big Uzera was creating some nice Counter-Strike. They were upsetting some top teams. So to be able to follow those achievements under the Pain organization and try and bring them back down to Legacy is probably a big helping hand to a few of these early qualifications in 2025.
Well, certainly it's been a massive shake-up, especially in the case of that Lux move, because he's taken over the IGL role from Nekiz, who was taking it over previously. And so, obviously, he's going to bring a completely different style, a completely different approach, which actually might play into their hands when it comes to allowing that Ancient to float through, because we're already seeing the results so far in today's proceedings. It's contrast to what we saw previously. I know you mentioned the different environment and the different caliber of teams, but look, it would certainly be an angle in which you could approach this and say, actually, there might be a little bit more favoritism for Legacy in that third and final map. But of course, we have 2 more maps to get towards that point first and foremost. So let's talk upset potential on those 2 map picks, Dust 2 and Nuke. Nuke obviously looking extremely good for Fluxo. Dust 2 earlier on from Legacy. That's going to be the first map in the pool itself. What do you say the chances are going to be for Fluxo to take that first map away?
It's probably going to be tough on Dust 2, just because I haven't seen a lot of them, especially against the higher-end teams on that map. So I think for that reason, they had the, one European match against Eternal Fire and then the one whitewash against Imperial a few days ago on Dust 2. So I would say, for the most part, teams should be winning their own map pick, and I would think it would be quite comfortable. I think the Nuke is quite shaky for Legacy. I think you're going in with 2 strong picks to start this best-of-3, and knowing that I mean, we spoke about it in the last series, right? The on-the-day performance, especially from Imperial, how do you bounce back? Well, if you're Legacy and you've gone back-to-back 10-2 halves, confidence is going to be really high. You're going to go into this series saying, okay, Fluxo, they might be higher ranked than us, but we can certainly beat them. We're familiar with what to expect. Let's get off to a great start. Let's have 3 maps back-to-back where we put in really good performances and try and set ourselves up for Nuke.
Well, is the confidence factor of Legacy going to be the only decisive factor in this one, Dwayne? I want to give my give me your quick predictions in this one.
I'm going to go 2-1 to Legacy, actually.
Okay. Do you know what? I'm going to make some spicy. I'm going to go 2-1 to Fluxo. Let's see how they can do here on the CT side. Pistol round going live for our second best-of-3. The upper bracket final. The South American closed qualifier here for IEM Dallas. A couple of players down in at lower dark. We're watching out for some T-side presence. The Julies in for history, and Yara also in position to support, and we'll back off pretty quickly on the CT basis, expecting Legacy to make a move, and they will start to do so in the end. From range, Nyx can fight, do very good damage, but not quite get any kills out of this one. It's just latter to 44.
Legacy need to make sure they're not running into this B trap, because you've got 3 players on B and a spotter from short towards the mid doors for the second. It's a good trap setup if they can draw them in. A lot of damage done with that goosh down. Hardly anything that can be found. Art now needs to swing into the position just so they can maintain at least some vision towards that area.
And damage returned in kind and then some to Fluxo. Legacy moving closer to the short access. Lux flashed in, but not seen by anybody, not seeing anything. 45 seconds to the clock.
Yeah, this is all about distraction, because it seems as if it's an A fake into a mid to B split.
Yara finally found by Sadzin, picked up at the first kill, but splitting their way into that B bomb site. There's 3 defenders here of the CT forces. History can cut down Nissim and double up onto Sadzin, triple up in fact on Lato. A wonderful shooting from range there at the back lines. Lux trying to deal with the rotators of the A bomb site, but Nyx is involved with another kill against the T side forces. Demao now 1 on 4 to try and deal with here for Legacy. Get some decent damage on history. Goosh down, but triples in for the Julie player. A wonderful defensive posted up by Fluxo.
I don't think you can criticize the T-side round too much there from Legacy, other than saying they've just run into a complete gamble stack. They've run into a trap. They did well to get that first goosh off and the kill towards CT. Just not much coming in terms of information. No jiggle out from the doors. No jiggle up from the window. They come in and then there's just a bait and switch. That's where history out from Carl, long range with the Julies, can get him with 3. And, well, maybe he's going to make a bit more of a statement. I was quite impressed by his level of performance out there in that first best-of-3.
Nice nade. 4 players absolutely tanked up, and I get mowed down very quickly by the CT side. Piara, wonderful shooting with the USP. Roger for him. Outpace even history's triple. That's simple stuff again with the eco basis. Next, he invested nothing into that previous round, so here come the rifles across the entire T-side board. Galil's admittedly will be a little bit of a limitation on firepower and a lack of utility for Demao. They can face resistance. Fluxo treat this as a bonus round.
Easy stuff, Imperial, and just knowing that he didn't invest into anything, just the armor and the USP, get that AWP out for history straight away and make some damage happen with it. Looking out for the mid pick, but it's an early challenge to long, and because it's only one CT in the process, you have to just give that space. You have to give the respect. You can't fight it for the entire control by yourself.
To be prodding down that mid position, looking for that contact. Meanwhile, the CTs have extended out towards upper dark, and they'll realise that nobody's there on the T side for that matter. Legacy set in towards long. Piara catching quite a lot of damage there on Sadzin. May have been a dink, so that's information to go the way of the CT side. However, he can't do much on the defensive with that. Eventually gets smoked off from that short aggression. Lux also tagged low on a challenge against Piara. Damao now going to get forced away from the top end of mid. Still finds a fight to kill off one, but he's traded to a 4v4.
The player's trying to get into position quickly. One incendiary for Kai. Watch out for that as it gets lobbed in towards the center of the bomb site or ramp.
Seems the smokes come down. Incendiary is thrown deep. I believe over towards Goose is where that landed. Kai takes damage, but argues the kill on Lato, one of the high HP players, and he'll continue to extend on the flank. Lux is going to go falling real quick. Nissim with a decent trade. Sounds in with a follow-up alongside Nissim's swing. History's all can turn it into a one-on-one, but Nissim holds his nerve and holds the line.
And we see instantly Legacy allowing themselves first gun round to make a bit of a statement. Get out there towards long, challenge for the bomb site quickly. And while Fluxo managed a 4v4, they just couldn't get the kills in quick enough. You got the time stalling pretty good there from Nissim towards the end. It gets expensive, and now we're seeing for Fluxo, you can get the AWP investment, but for everybody else, there are limitations. This is a tough gun round to work.
Heavy damage sustained on both sides. Lato, damage done towards him as they try and enter in towards his B bomb site and do extremely well until Sadzin took that TK. Kai can capitalize, take the advantage back, double up with a swing, look for the triple, not quite landed. But he's done his work. 3-on-2 now for Fluxo. Now Piara is leaning closer. The AK of Nissim, however, he's detected where history is and transfers back to Piara, who also pushed on past that smoke. Art's now all alone, and I believe he's also well known towards the Legacy side as well. Lux starts pushing, back will be turned. Mac 10 finds the fight from range, dink down, damage done, and now he's dead to a piece.
And very often when we talk about best of threes, Jay, we've always got players in mind that are going to catch our eye, okay, or some star individuals that we should be looking out for. Nissim has pretty much proved in the last two gun rounds that we should be looking out for him. He's having multi-frag potential, and he's also closing rounds down. So for the majority of this first half, my eye is going to be on Nissim on this T side.
Rolling 6 on his board, and the kill counts in the early stages of this matchup. Legacy, in part thanks to his efforts, are going to put Fluxo down to the basic pistols. Dealing out for Art only. Things look good for Legacy at this juncture to extend into the lead and take control on their map pick.
This has been back-to-back best of threes where the teams are starting to pick different maps than usual. I'm thinking about Fluxo, don't pick Nuke, they pick it against Imperial. We've now got a series here where Legacy, they pick a lot of Anubis, they pick a lot of Inferno, Mirage, and they go into Dust 2. So maybe it is everyone trying to, not so much mind game, but show something different in previous tournaments like ECL, CCT, and then come in here to the Dallas qualifiers and just try and shake things up. Try and maybe just delete all of the prep and the anti-strat that you might have been ready for.
And simple enough starts here for the Legacy side. Nothing too fancy, nothing too special. Especially in that last round, Fluxo with the basic pistols, only M4s will now start coming in for them. Art can't quite afford one, or at least not without sacrificing utility, and we'll go actually pick up an AWP, I believe, dropped from a teammate. So we have that much here set and ready for the CT side. No such luxuries for the T-half. But that's okay. They have Mac 10s in play and bonus weapons in a what would be a bonus round. Enough money to buy back into the next. Look at Nissim straight up and out, beating them to the flashbang. Imperial is picked up first.
He was in an uncomfortable state. History's trying his absolute best to return it. Now Kai might start getting some pressure towards him. There's going to be an acceleration on B.
M4 behind the big box. Molotov sent deep. Great counter smoke, and Kai sees what's coming. Lasso with the kill back. Nick's turned away, but still lines up a kill. Almost a double to Mal. Doubles up instead, and that wrecks Fluxo.
Okay. I'm liking the CS that I'm seeing here from Legacy. They're being very counterpoint, where you put pressure on towards long, you beat the rotations, you allow CTs to start getting out of position, and then you hit into B. Kai had the right idea. The crosshair placement looks pretty good. He wants to try and swing in and do some mass damage, and he just gets deleted. And from that point onwards, Demal just gets 2 kills, opens up the bomb site. Legacy are hitting pretty hard on this T side.
That they are. Installed initially at the start, but very good stuff from the T aggression. 4 now to their board. Fluxo still have to suffer with their money states, and remember, Legacy had weaknesses coming into this round on the weapon basis. They've, of course, built up on the bonus cash. Lots and lots of money for Legacy. Fluxo are going to take a couple of rounds to really break this down.
This lineup and core has gone through quite a few different organizations. I remember Fake Natty before Legacy, and then before that you had 00 Nation, and then even before that one you had Godsend. Taco was in-game leading back then. I know they had Cold Zero on the roster for a little bit. So we've had some experienced names, top end of the scene, and now we're starting to see more youth coming in.
To build upon all the improvements that they've made since introductions together. Sad's in, tanked down early by the utility that Fluxo are dishing out, and of course a player that really outside of the core too is one of the longest standing players on this roster. In for about 8 months or so. Lux and Demal on this corner history. Also, Imperial here trying to hold a defensive line, but very quickly they're going to get challenged by the rifles, and history does extremely well to deal with them. Sadzin's now low HP. This could get very dicey, especially with the bomb being in CT vision. Oh, Legacy may have made a key mistake here.
Indeed they have. They're going to have to keep fighting, but Nissim's trying to fight against the rotators. He might have an easy kill onto Kai, but Nyx is nowhere near.
Fight kill found from Nissim. Finally, it's one back of Kai. Another rifle now to play with for Art. History inside of that smoke, trying to boost up his teammate to look over it, try and look for Lato. Does Lato know that they're here? Certainly not now. Kill gets found now to 2 players on Legacy. They continue to hold dominion over the bomb. Sadzin still low. Nissin's got to try and make a flank happen. Is he aware of the player in CT spawn? He doesn't go all the way with this. This is perfect eagle shooting. Picked up by Imperial. Nyx closes to the 5-7, and Fluxo have stolen one.
What a freebie that is. Picking up 3 AKs in an AWP. You will be so happy about that. You look at the beginning of the rounds, and yeah, you're doing some decent damage. You've put some HE placement down onto Sadzin, but it's the short commitment, isn't it? And it's when that bomb gets dropped is when things just get completely out of order. Fluxo try and stall for time. They put re-smokes down. They get a little boost up. They give themselves a break of pressure, at least for now, but they've got to prove that they can do it on a gun round.
Nice attempt from history to get in there, but Sadzin beat him to the punch. The AK of Kai has seen them come in. 2 players at least in mid, plus the man up top. The AWP in his hands. He's going to try and reposition back towards CT. Try and find a better angle at the edge of this smoke. They're seeing Molotov and all sorts of smokes back in the way. Lux tries to find a fight, but you just can't seem to connect anything here. Exposed from CT spawn. Might come a case of whether the CTs can push forward of their own smokes back. Lux continuing with the chance of 2 players on the B bombs. Like there's a split play coming in. Kai needs to hold a defensive alongside Nyx, who now stands alone. He's got Nissim, and now he's gotten Sads in. 2v2 established. Lato's trying to recover. The mid to B player has been picked up, and Nyx continues fragging on the site itself. Triple for him. Demal suddenly walking into a crossfire. The bomb's been dropped in the open. Imperial is going to finish the job.
And Nyx has an incredible hold on the backside because he wasn't getting any help. I think that there's been a few times where it's better if Kai just leaves the AWP and just maintains the M4 or the AK or whatever is in his hands. A whiff shot, he gets compromised, but it's Nyx to rely everything on the hold. He's the final player on B. He's the one doing the majority of the damage. And now we're tied up 4-4. Would have been intriguing casting the last game, Jay, between Legacy and Sharks, with a Nyx being on both teams. What is going on there? How are we in a position where 2 players in the same scene have the exact same name?
So I'm very, very grateful we got the other game today. And I'm hoping as well that we don't get to see...
You said it now, and then you wait till day 2 tomorrow.
Fluxo to win, Sharks to win. I mean, that would set us up pretty nicely. One of potentially 2 rematches that we could see from our opening games, of course. Buy from Legacy for now. He's going to set them on the back foot, so nothing to worry about just yet. But Fluxo will have the lead here and now after round 9. Minus Demao and Lato doing something very silly. Lux has also got a Mac 10, which he's going to try and fight from range with, and the flash support from Nissim is going to assist Imperial caught first.
This is looking promising, because they're hearing rotations, and they are walking out B. The anchor is caught napping, and Nyx has now been dropped. Kai has to try and return, and just about survives and holds off the round.
Well, you did say you wanted to see him more on the M4. You get your wish, and Fluxo get their defense. Arch has picked up Lux as well in mid. That's the rifle that dropped, and one does get picked up by Sanzin, but he's without Kevlar. Can put the bomb down for Nissim, which is probably the best thing they can look for out of this one. Sadzin does get a lot of damage on towards Art. Can Nissim get any of these kills? Can he get any more of this damage against Art or Kai? He's forced out with a Molotov. AK involved against Kai. Finally gets that frag. Art can trade him, so it's damage done towards Fluxo and a bomb plant bonus, which honestly, for a half investment like Legacy took, is actually very, very good to remove those AK potentials. They will recover the 2 AKs and sacrifice the AWP for it. Or will they actually? History does go down to that AWP in the end, but Fluxo do get away with the lead regardless.
It's a bloody good half fight. There really wasn't a lot of investment, and it was so winnable. Kai, the only reason that round is won is because he doesn't get traded 1-for-1. If he gets dropped outside of B, that's just it. You don't even attempt the retake, you just end up saving. Yeah, he was fundamentally outclassing the opposition on Nuke. Lot of impact from him. Sadzin gets close towards the wall bang and does bait Art at least.
History's AWP now posted to return the favour. He's wary about the tunnels players. Just flashbangs to force him away from contact. Eventually he'll fall back entirely. The CT's having other aggressive mines. Molotovs sent by Lato in particular at the longhouse. Not going to extend towards Imperial. Neither his teammate.
The History could just sit on the elbow cross. It's a nice boost up on the blue bin. Haven't seen that so far. And Demao taking all of short. So map control's decent by the T's. I think this off angle, though, could be quite difficult to deal with the late lurk out from long of Sadzin. Lato, Lux, thinking about a regroup towards short. Still plenty of time on the clock and a mid to B smoke down from Nissim.
Flash is turned up. Players running out from Demao. Kai is going to hear this. Yeah, other players coming. Just fight on Lux first, but the spray doesn't quite line up. History's also found by Demao. Now one casualty collapses the entire A-site defensive. I don't see a retake on the table here for Fluxo, and neither do they.
That's like putting your hands over the chalkboard, isn't it, Jay? It's just uncomfortable. It's not the one. It's a tough one because it's such a tight angle that as soon as you see a person, you're going to have to start spamming straight away. But because they're so close to you and they're sprinting, it's a little bit more difficult than it looks. Imperial is just hoping that he doesn't get caught on timing against Nissim, so does get a kill for one. And, well, the save's all right. I mean, money's going to be decent here from Fluxo to close out the last couple of rounds of the half.
Yeah, most likely. Legacy can get to evens. The save. All right, cool for the CT forces. Can Lux get this hunting at the last second? Doesn't seem like he wants to extend all the way around the corner, so the answer to that question is no. Just those 3 players staying alive. Had a DC as well for Fluxo, so we'll get that player back in. Have you ever actually scratched your fingernails down the chalkboard, Dweg?
Oh, I can't say I have. It's not as if I think, Saturday morning, what do I want to do? Yeah, let's do that. I mean, yeah, no, I don't think so.
We, because when I was in school, we actually did have chalkboards.
Oh, yeah.
So
even the sound of chalk, I still find it uncomfortable when you hear it on the board.
I don't mind chalk itself because chalk is like rather soft, but like your fingernails are much harder than chalk. The thing is that because I was very, very young when we had like the chalkboards on in school, and one of my friends said, you know what, it's really nice when you scrape your fingers down the chalkboard. And me being the idiot that I was,
let's give that a go.
Just give it a go. And let me tell you, the sensation is a lot worse than the sound. Like it's bad.
I can't imagine. Even thinking about it now, it's getting to me.
You have to be a special kind of person to do that to annoy someone. Like you
self-burn. How good's that? Oh man.
Oh, bloody hell. 5 apiece between Fluxo and Legacy. Small tech pause to get our 5th man back in server for Fluxo. Let's take stock in the matchup so far, Dwayne. I mean, look, because you said you were impressed by what Legacy were bringing to the table. Obviously, we're very familiar with how Fluxo have been doing from earlier on today. How are they matching up to their Imperial series so far?
It's been okay. I like the intrigue of running the double AWPs because we saw a little bit of it on train. It's just... It's so expensive and it's so risky to do in CS2 with the way that the economy is. But when you've got Art as an in-game leader and a hybrid AWP, when the money's good, you might as well just bring them out. And I think Train, Dust 2, Mirage, maps that can lead to it, we're starting to get a feel of the X factor and overall impact that both History and Art can bring to a side. And that's what Fluxo try and rest on as much as they can.
Oh, Sanzin's caught a straight shot down the mid doors there. Kai, head picked clean off for the first frag of Legacy. Very difficult and unlikely shot to hit, but it goes well for the Legacy side. In fact, Sanzin a blind shot on towards History, legging him through the door. 19 points of health. This is going swimmingly right now for Legacy.
Indeed it is. And for Fluxo, it's going to be a tough recovery from this point onwards, because how do you find a returning kill? Dust 2 is one of those maps where you can't make that many info plays. You sit back, you play very defensive. You could often retake space towards mid, but it's only for a jiggle, and to hold it for 5-10 seconds, you can't just hold it for the rest of the round. So History, out on B, just waits. He gets patient, and Nissim, the lurker, gives him just enough of a jiggle and enough of a strafe that that's where the 4v4 comes from.
The only player down there in the tunnels as well. And that now the AWP can turn its attention towards the mid-fight. So once again, the AWPer of the T side is watching for a short aggress, which isn't coming through either from Fluxo. History might find timing on this. Oh, it's all timing. He times it well on Lux. Advantage now for Fluxo.
Yeah, History can play passive on B now. He doesn't need to be maintaining an aggressive sightline when they've got the man up. Legacy have hardly any util to get them in. Only flashes is going to be very tough to take this A-bomb site. You'd love a molly to force out the site player or even a smoke on the elbow.
In the drop downs, Imperial focusing on the upper players from the catwalk, gets taken down. Art's good for 1 frag on Lato. Flashbang off. Can't readjust the vision too much. Demal returns it to a 2v2, and the bomb plant will be secured.
Demal's getting aggressive, and Sadzin's going to try and play the clock. He's repositioning that AWP to play the long game.
Nick's pressing forward, looking for contact, looking for T-side players. Takes a fight on Sanzin, does some damage. The AWP is baited to miss. Shot missed again. This time a little bit more simple. On the defuse, the tap of the bomb. The AK can take the fight though, and now Nix is forced to fight himself. Demal's going to win it. Quadrant in the round. Legacy have 6.
Demal just slows the round down enough where he's just not peeking. He's playing down from spawn, and he's letting the AWP take first contact. Even if he keeps getting baited, even if he keeps missing shots, as long as that rifler can come up on a tap or just arrive at the right timing, Fluxo's attention is going to be drawn towards that car and elbow area of the map. And Legacy should be able to go 7-5 up at the turn. I'm not really liking this buy from Fluxo because money is restricted.
All the way back to the A-bomb site. Fluxo are going to go from that initial long challenge of utility. The mask pulled in by Imperial. Art tagged low by the spray of Demal through the smoke. I don't even think he knew he was there. Now they're going to quickly make their way up to that A-bomb site. No support for Imperial at the moment. Second players are going to make their way in, but Art is also low HP. Forced out into the open is History instead. Finally, a spray from Imperial comes up good with timing and the line up there. The smoke will provide a bit of cover. The advantage sits with Fluxo again. Legacy still have the bomb on the bomb site, but not planted just yet. Lato's looking for more. He's trying to suss out where the CTs are at, but he can't quite get an angle.
And tap the bomb, try and draw the fights. Nix gets a spam kill against Sadzin.
Orb leg shot, not landing the jump face, even tagging Lato down with a dink himself. Gets Art, turns back towards Kai. Demal gets 2 frags on a return, but finally Imperial can shut it down. A trade back to a 6-all half. It's dead set even at the turn.
The way I live life, way you do it. The way I live life. Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fire, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating.
About as good as you want it to be here for the upper bracket final. 6-all in the first map between Legacy and Fluxo. Fluxo tried to get the early lead. Legacy bounced back. Fluxo answered. And we stand here with no clear advantage going into the second half. Dwight, who have you been more impressed with so far?
I think it's been pretty even. I don't think one team's been able to outclass or over-trump the other. All it comes down to now is making sure in this specific best of three that you're winning your map picks, because the last thing you want to do is drop out of the upper bracket final into the lowers when Imperial are going to be there. That's how you got to view this entire best of three. We need to do everything to get into the grand final to not play Imperial tomorrow.
Well, if Legacy want to hold on to that Dominion, of course, it is their own map pick, and the fact that Fluxo have contested it as hotly as they have may well indicate bad signs to come, although Nissim has other signs of his own. 2 kills, a collateral headshot on Kai and Nix. Lato and Lux also close in from the back lines. The flank out from lower has wiped Fluxo out.
Oh, okay. Nissim at the back of B. It's a tough little sightline from the team perspective when you're trying to kill a player that far away when you can only see his head, but they just got deleted in uppers. Those kills came in so quickly, and then what was even faster was how fast the rotations were.
Super speedy and just as aggressive as we've seen Legacy on their T side at that. More things to fear for Fluxo. Scout their way into this next round. Hero rifle on the part of history. I saw him do well in the AWP earlier on today in our first series, but a very different weapon to handle and a very different tier CT side to deal with here. Legacy really taking the fight to Fluxo, even when they don't necessarily have to. Leaving us in this eco position where Fluxo really can't do much to resist in the second of the half. Got to get those rifles out for truth in round 15.
And it's nice to see History finally playing against some of the top, better teams maybe in his region. Looking at some of the CCTs and ECLs, and I'm thinking it's just not to that level of caliber that you've got here in the Dallas Quals. All about getting the young new blood in with the very best. And Fluxo have been able to take a lot of map control away, but they haven't got the scout in for anything. History tried to see if it can work something, and I suppose it will be past the parcel now. Keep getting the scout to work for a kill, and as soon as it drops, get it in someone else's hands.
Oh, what a shot for Imperial, and follow-up from Nix and the Glock. 3 versus 3. Suddenly, this becomes a bomb plant, at least for Fluxo. An M4 in the hands of Kai. Can Nix get to another rifle as well? Or may have to do so on Kai's death now. 3-on-2 for the Legacy side. And Nix is fighting down at long range with a Glock in hand. Lato's going to pick him up. Imperial, very good effort from the scout players in this one to get the bomb plant, at least for Fluxo. That bolsters the buy for the next round.
I did just have dazed in the back of my mind right there, but it didn't quite happen. The issue is always going to be the aim punch, isn't it? Even if you pick up the rifles, to work a 3v3 with no armor is going to be uncomfortable. I'd say for Lato, it was a good decision to just respect the move. He could have kept fighting out there from long. And instead, he's backed off from long, he's allowed the bomb plant, and then you start regrouping with the team. The last thing you want is to get egotistical in those kind of rounds. Just keep fighting, because that's when you can lose a lot. Fluxo will be very happy with the limited investment. They get a plant, they get a few kills, and they get history back on the scout to say, hey, let's just see if you can do some damage with it again.
AKs for the rest of Fluxo with the high firepower individuals. Kai, the foreman of that, but only able to do so much. A lot of damage done in return. It's actually Nyx that gets involved against Lato for the opening kill of the round for Fluxo. Look at how far Lux has made his way up, though, all the way up in Suicide. He's got all the info now with all the aggression and noise being made out there outside a longhouse. Art is going to try, Nyx, is going to be watching for the backstab in from the house, and they've got the shadow advantage over Lux. This is perfect position. Headshots again, 5-on-3.
I do like the chaos that Legacy have tried to bring in this round by just fighting crazily for long. They're trying to HE the smoke, they're trying to flash, they're doing everything in their power to make Fluxo uncomfortable. It's a shame on the backstab that it's being watched, because you can feel that if that one location is being unchecked, that could be a hero play. That could be Lux coming up massive with 2, maybe even 3 kills and dropping the bomb. Instead, you now don't have much of a chance in the round. And gamble stacked towards A, bombs going into uppers, should just be an instant save here from Legacy.
Despite it not being a key pick map for the Legacy side, Fluxo have obviously done their homework. Sadzin trying to take back some control here on the B side defensive, finding Nyx, a low HP player, part of the T side line. Not impossible they can get these trades on Kai and Art as well.
An awful smoke means that Sadzin gets on the front side and notices no more pressure towards B.
15 seconds on the clock for Fluxo to go right here. Sadzin stalls for enough time. No, History takes the pick back. Now mid to B is covered. Bomb should commit towards that B bomb site. I think it should just about reach the site in time. Nissim and Demal go back and forth for Kai. No! Oh, wait, hang on. I think I just missed it. Oh my god, Fluxo. Why have we done that? Why have we done this?
Oh, man. Yeah, that's a rough one to see. Whew, that round was done. That round was completely finished. They should have just kept trading out there on B, just kept pressing the issue, and instead they cancel, and time gets them. They just do not have it.
Yeah, no, they don't. That's going to come back to be frustrating.
Well, now it might just lose the map for them. You're forced buying up against a good buy. This probably gives double digits and an 11th over to Legacy.
And Fluxo need to answer back. They need to make up for this blunder, because it may be a pretty severe one.
Would have loved to attack at the end of that last round, Jay. Just to mentally refresh, just to get yourself back on the page, because no one wants to be in that position. It's just a careless mistake that can happen. And they've just gone straight into the next round, no worries whatsoever. Yeah, we just carry on.
If I was the coach, I'd certainly do that. Even just thinking about how inside your own head you would be to make those last second calls. Sadzin and Lato on the A defensive here at long. Dry face from Nyx, instantly killed off by the AWP. Counter incendiary as well. Ensuring that they have to drive their way back out along house in towards mid, down a player on Fluxo.
They're just lacking in the util department. They could put a couple of smokes up, but they've got no flashes to drive this AWP off of the angle.
Sadzin shot that. Kai next to fall. Oh, I thought he got a collateral in that next pick, but just a period to fall. Triple anyway for Sadzin thus far. May even make it a quadra. Don't know if it even matters if he does. The last man of Art moving closer to contact. Plant on the short side to get the bomb down, but the concern is the 1 versus 4. Planting for Goose instead. A retake up for Legacy, the most impossible circumstances for Art. Flashbang's already coming in. Okay, that's a lineup. Is this going to be the recovery? Is this going to be the amends made for Fluxo? Maybe it was the captain's call in that last round to fluff it for Fluxo. Hidden behind Gandalf. Waiting for Lato to kind of make the move. He gets another one, but he couldn't line up the spray. So that's how we'll find the defuse, and it will be 10 for Legacy.
It's a decent effort from Art. It's frustration, though, that you have to be in a 1v4 post plant to make a round winnable and to be able to get into a position where you can legitimately put pressure and emphasis on stealing it away from your opposition. And money is good enough to get another buyback, and the CTs are going to be limited with that. The tactical timeout comes in, but 6-10 down. It's going to be a rough second half here from Fluxo to even keep it competitive. And I'm thinking about how Nuke went down for Fluxo in the last series. I'm thinking about the back-to-back 10-2 halves that Legacy had. I'm looking at this scoreline thinking, mate, Legacy should close with relative ease. Get confidence high and move into map number 2 with real threat and potential.
A stone's throw away. 3 rounds to go for Legacy. And take their Dust 2 pick. Unorthodox is what we thought of, but still most certainly be there secured. Fluxo have taken the tack. Maybe a few rounds too late, but regardless, taking it. Cash bonus of the bomb plant is still going to assist them in the buybacks right here. Art taking an AK straight up through towards long. Not quite reaching the forward player of the CT side. Lato gets out of the way just in time. He's still continuing here, Art, and Sadzin comes in with support. Nix can punish them out on his aggression, so it does turn back to a 4 versus 4 with a HP advantage over the AWP. You're right about this. Yeah, Kai about to get backstabbed. He has no idea. Lux is going to wait for backup. Going to wait to see more. No, just take the kill. Now it's the mid player to go mid to B. Lato's there to cut them off. History can trade. He's low and dead to Nissim. Last man is Nix. 1 versus 3 clutch to hold. And it's not going to happen. Lux in support will get the final kill of the round. 11 on the board of Legacy. They're starting to run away with it now.
Very free, that round. Now, while Fluxo may have been able to warrant a lot of space for free, with Art just running out long, they're up against aggressive challenges everywhere. The walk up mid, as an example, could have potentially dropped the bomb in an uncomfortable state. It didn't happen, but there's just so much activity. Lux getting into the upper tunnels, Lato looking to fight straight away down from spawn. Really proactive on their CT side. It's a good sign from Legacy.
Look out from Art. Fights on against Damao. Desperate to get these openings here for Fluxo. Trying this for a second time, and still the CT's back away. Casualty-less in this case.
Now, Art's waiting for that re-aggression. He's waiting to see if anyone's going to work around the util, give him a bit of a jiggle or even a swing. Work on the edge of the smoke for now. He's walking.
Out of the way for Lux, finds Art again, the opening casualty. Spray damage done, Lux can double up. The Galil fights back from Nix, trying to recover the situation, trying to get Fluxo back in this game. 3 on 3. Damao is lying in wait. Molotovs are getting sent up towards the catwalk. They're unaware of the box boost. Sad's in, trying to take a fight as well towards mid. Missing his bullets. The short flank now contested. Damao still able to get a decent strike in. Imperial takes it back. Kai to smoke off the short entrance where both CTs are coming from as well.
They could get a HE to break open the smoke. Perfect timing on the flash, but the CT's blinded himself.
Known as the Galil close in the end. Fluxo will beat Legacy to the punch and force them to regress. Hold on to their weapons and keep this going for another round. And save those weapons into what would be an awkward buy outside of this. Not a lot of cash in spare for Legacy. Fluxo have at least done a good job applying damage in these rounds. This could be a tipping point back in their favour. Their first of the T side in a long time coming. But there needs to be a lot more than just one.
Good work from Nix. That round looked uncomfortable from Fluxo. They're trying to scale towards long, and it's just unsuccessful. You lose Art, you lose history, and it's down to a Galil out of all weapons to hit 2 pretty key openers to allow the pathway for the bomb to at least come up to the site itself. Now, that was an individual mission, and well, without Nix, it wouldn't have been possible. There would have been no way in. The Legacy, looking at this, lightened by just a bit around it, and I'm thinking if one of these rifles strike early, this could still be on. This could be a steal round.
And Nissim will try and spot. Lean forward, great flashes in against Nissim, but it blinds the T side off all the same, so Fluxo not getting away with anything special. Nissim allowed to strike against only one though. Kai quickly trades him, Now they have full reign of middle. Not much the Lux can do about that. Demal's USP's kills come forward. Oh no! Surely not like this. And AK's been recovered! This could be an eco steal. It's out in a 1v3. And Sadzin comes in with orb support. It's a disaster. It's a disaster for Fluxo again.
Oh, I've really seen it all in this first map of the best of 3. For a moment, you start thinking that maybe Glocks and a single scout may win a round, and then that one there. The AK gets 1. Aggressive in from mid, and it's the boost up in the blue bin and the double USPs that are just doing so much damage.
Oh dear, Fluxo. Rebuys in 5 map points to make up to overtime. Wouldn't have been the first time we've seen Fluxo try for OT. Although against the Imperial, they were actually ahead. Not against Legacy this time. They have to slow things down. You still got Art charging out so long, but without support this time from the Fluxo camp, who are playing a bit more defaulty here. Demal finally caught jump facing into short. History's AWP posted on the angle, and Art does get Sands and a bit of discord sowed in that A-site defense. And suddenly Fluxo can punish it in whole. 5-on-3 established. This should be the round now.
You'd expect so. You've got a long pick and a short pick, so you know that A defense is going to be fairly light. So what are Legacy doing? They realize that their economy is low themselves. Let's just completely gamble stack. We'll put triple B. If they end up going A, we save onto the weapons. If they end up coming B, then we've got a good chance of winning the round. So this is a win-win.
Got to hold on to these weapons here for Legacy. Cash is minimal on a couple of players. The preferential option, Fluxo. And they themselves also don't have any savings. At least there's a few $1,000s across the 3 players, of Sads, Demal, and Lux.
There's definite intent to hunt down these CTs.
Listen, here's them coming. Fight from Latzo. Lines up 2. Nix can trade him, so that's 1 rifle out of 3 down. Got Imperial coming in as well from the tunnel's entrance. Nissim and Lux, all known to be close. Nix catches 1, Imperial catches the other. And that is round with Legacy, keeping no players alive.
Yeah, probably shouldn't buy now. With Nissim and Lato being as low as they are, they can maybe eco a bit, maybe hero onto 1, but shouldn't be a full investment. If they could hold on to 3 or even 2, they certainly would have.
You can see downgrade weapons coming in for the 3 high rollers here. Deagle for Sads in. 5-7 for Demal. Was thinking about and for Mars there for a moment. And SMG for Lux as well, being really the best weapon in play for Legacy. Not a lot to talk about for this CT setup. Well, they stacked on long, trying to catch off some of the Fluxo offenders because they have been very heavy-handed when it comes to taking long house and extending out towards long. You can catch them very clearly off guard, but not happening here. The only other man of the CT side is Nissim's USP in mid, who's getting nothing for his trouble.
Keep an eye on the USP. We've seen what they've done previously. At least it's a stack, and even if they get 1 kill, it could upgrade to an AK, and they've got an option to keep fighting with it or just bring it into the next.
Imperial unable to get away with 2 kills in that exchange. Lux training back in the SMG. Now there's a rifle to work with the CT side, so 2 automatics.
Ooh, I reckon they'll get another one.
I think they know that Kai's there. He might have seen his shoulder peeking out. Yeah, it's on 1 trade back.
Oh,
the Deagle the Sads in. Oh no, okay. That's damage done with a kill found on Nix. The AK going to try and trade it right back of Art. The shots ring out. History comes up against Sads in. Finally maintains the kill on the bomb site. The bomb now should get planted. 2v2. Demal and Lux have picked up AKs. Do they want to go for this?
I reckon they have to. Surely. Armor and AKs, you've got to commit.
Lux is on half HP, but History's on 33. No kits in play, though, so if they're going to go, they're going to have to go quick. Shoulder bait's attempted. History does indeed miss a shot, but re-peek to the other side of the site. Tanks some more health, but get the kill on Demal. Lux looking to swing forward. Art's got him marked, and Legacy will fail in that regard. So, Fluxo keep this going. 12-9 now, but the guns are out in full for the CTs.
You can feel how threatening Legacy have been on Dust 2, even these low investments rounds. The odd pistol, the odd SMG, it's doing so much damage, way more than it should be. And Fluxo are going to be surviving on Dust 2, and they will not be taking this to OT in my mind. And Sadzin's going to get that AWP out towards short with a heavy long take from the CTs.
Tunnel's presence established. Sadzin posted up on short, looking down towards Suicide. Also watching out for those lower tunnels players, but not able to spot any of them as of yet. Backing away, probably the right thing to do at this juncture. Imperial and Kai are grouped up down at bottom of mid. Also establishing themselves towards short. Good flashbang to force Nissim off the angle. Sadzin happy to counter incendiary and just hold from passive.
Now, Sadzin knows that keeping that AWP pressure towards short is only going to help warranting an opening kill. And Fluxo are setting up nades for a B split. Now just gets on the front side of the CT smoke. He wants to take a fight against Kai straight away.
Good kill. Follow up from history as well with the aggressive tunnels player from the B site. Now that's B completely opened up. Fluxo are going to get number 10. Legacy are already backing up into saving positions. This means that we may still have a map on our hands, as unlikely as it feels with how good Legacy have been, with how Fluxo was so slow to start in this second half. Only 2 rounds from overtime here.
Good picks. B player struggles and Demal makes an overextension and gets punished. That's Fluxo trying to go for the hunt again. They were successful last time around when they were all trying to save on B. Imperial out in spawn. We've got a long player of Nyx. And Kai's a bit further back. If they could just get one more, it will make a difference.
And there it is. This sim goes down. One challenge on the A-bomb site. Second player of Chief Sadzin might even take face with the USP of all things. Jump right into period. No idea how close he really was. Now the FAMAS back out the longhouse. They're going to extend towards long in time to get him. Either way, it's the weakened of the weapons that we're saving, so it doesn't really make a huge difference to Legacy's next round bye. And certainly shouldn't be seeing anyone really buying around it. The second tactical gets called in by Legacy because they are losing their grip on this map.
I have a chat to the head coach, Chucky. I know that Lato, Demal, and him have basically been a trio for coming up to 2.5 years now. And knowing how to get under these uncomfortable positions, how that they can stay mentally focused, and what they need to achieve come the next gun round. Now, this is a bit of a throwaway, just because 2,900 loss bonus, you don't want to be investing too heavily. You don't have much backing, a single FAMAS, a bit of util to be utilized there from Sadzin. And the best that you can hope for is maybe a kill or two and try and save an AK come round 24.
Well, not much behind this round, unfortunately, for Legacy. The back of their minds be thinking about how the circumstances are going to start to play against them here. Easy pickings of the rifles against the USPs. Minus something extra silly going on, which I'm not remiss to mention of Legacy's part, but not in this round, doesn't seem.
And Fluxo want to give themselves as much of a competitive edge as possible. Now, think back to Train. We know that Fluxo had a map point in regulation, couldn't quite close out, went to OT, gave a couple of map points over to the opposition, and then in the end, that's where they took Fluxo to get the 2-0. I'm looking at this from Legacy's point of view, and I'm saying, okay, they've had a few chances to close, not the best of chances because of some of the ecos that have come in, but now you really need to prioritize the closure in round 24. You don't want to drag this out to OT. Otherwise, momentum just starts shifting, and perhaps Fluxo even become the favorites to take this first map of the series.
Momentum certainly is with them as of right now. And they're hunting onto these USPs. Try and take these players out to pad their own stats, maybe take the rifle out of their hands. Not like it matters too much. I imagine the latter's going to be upgrading anyway. Doesn't quite go down, so...
Well, he can buy an AWP. I mean, that's the helping hand of holding onto the armor.
And Sadzin will just buy it on his lonesome, so Lato We'll get the M4 in his own hands. Legacy. One more map point remains. Fluxo will challenge them with all their might and the full extent of a T-side buy. Orpin on history. Sadzin with the one on the Legacy side, of course. No saved AKs for the CTs either.
Just to note quickly, the Orb's invested into a kit rather than armor with a couple of flashes. So glass cannon for Sadzin in round 24.
Good point. Get those shots on the first go. Molotov sent his way. Vision will get blocked over so slightly, but not enough to where we can't see them. Not that Fluxo are taking the peek into this position either. They're just flushing out that one angle, the forward face position. Flash from Sadzin will allow Demao and Latte potentially to peek. Demao first and foremost. Kyria is going to avoid it, but a very awkward spray comes out from him, so Demao starts the round.
Kai needs to get this trade back. He's been seen, and now the long players are starting to use the util. Sadzin's got to expect a heavy long take here.
Very high angle above the smoke. Long player starting to move. History going to start to walk forward of it. Nyx so close to contact. The shadow's been seen, and that draws the attention of the AWP into Nyx's hands. 5-on-3 now being gained. Art has been tagged so low. Fluxo have done so well to get to this point, but they may be about to lose control at the very last second. As Sadzin and Demao capitalise. Kai's got to pull off a miracle, and miracles will not happen in this one. A flawless round from Legacy to nip it in the bud. At 13-11, they have Dust 2.
And they deserve it. They were easily the better team. I know they had some struggles to close out towards the end, and sometimes that can happen just when you're a map point, and it does get dragged out for a few more. But I think mistakes got to Fluxo. That one in particular, not getting the bomb down in time, the hesitation in the upper tunnels, trying to commit back to the mid doors. The couple of rounds that you can pinpoint in particular and say, well, that was the reason where Legacy were able to edge out.
Yeah, I have to concur. I mean, look, it was a case as well towards the end with that 5-round streak back, or the 4-round streak, rather more specifically, from the 5-round comeback from the Fluxo side was still based off a little bit of economical problems that Legacy were having, right? And to their credit, look, I give credit towards Fluxo. When they were losing those rounds on the second half, they were at least still able to apply damage and to make sure that those resets and those ecos were possible. But when you can't capitalize on them, when you can't follow them up, they are virtually meaningless because you won't be able to get the map here.
And now what you need to consider is that both teams have been getting 2-0s today. You go into the next best of 3. You've now narrowly got it over the line, but you can go into Nuke now. You're starting on the City side. I think Legacy have got to be quite positive about how this best of 3 is looking for them, because for the most part of Dust 2, there were some gun rounds there where they just weren't even close. I mean, to go from, what, a 6-6 half, you think, oh, okay, it's been quite average. I think I said it was kind of 50-50 on who I thought was leading, and then instantly it just started becoming a bit of a whitewash. The rounds weren't competitive, the scoreline was getting out of control, and Legacy probably felt as if they should have closed this game out a lot earlier and given themselves a much better scoreline.
And even as the scoreline was getting out of control, I remember Fluxo started tripping over themselves. Remember back to the one round where they weren't able to get the plant because they ran out of time, or when they started losing out to USPs and steals that came in from Legacy. Either of those 2 rounds go the way of Fluxo that they probably should have done, and actually we might be looking at an overtime or maybe even a Fluxo victory at this stage. So those small differences may start to weigh on the mind of Fluxo as they're going towards Nuke. It's a map that they've picked in very well for very good reason, and they did well on it earlier on today, but now I have to start wondering whether or not they're going to continue to do well on the second one of our best of 3. We're going to head towards a short break. When we come back, however, it's Nuke, the pick of Fluxo.
And now I'm falling, deeper down the fire, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight, I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going.
Well, in the quest for your legacy, you cannot afford to have a flux in form. That's exactly what happened to Fluxo earlier on. A 13-11 result for the legacy side gives them a map in the series. Their own pick of Dust 2, and hampered by some missteps there from the Fluxo side, leaves a little bit of doubt in my mind. But Nuke is up next, and we saw how good they beat Imperial on it earlier on today, Dwayne.
Yeah, we did. I've got a bit of a gut feeling that it's going to be a lot closer than what we saw in the Imperial series. I don't quite know why. I think one of the main aspects is the most recent official that Legacy played on Nuke. Only a handful of days ago, they took on one of the best teams in the local divisions, MIBR, and took them to all rounds in regulation. So if I'm kind of using that as a par or a metric, right, to sort of say if they can do that against one of the very best, then they can give a really good fight to, against Fluxo. Another thing too, Art is so key to like working door, catching really good timings. I thought on T side he was struggling to just find impact on Dust 2. Whether it was the long takes or wherever he just wasn't finding that same individual form that he did in the previous series.
I have to agree, and I feel like that as well as that, again, I feel like that they kind of got inside their own heads at certain points there from the Fluxo side. My thing today has been very much not individual, on the day performance, I think is the right word for me to say, because I feel like that was the case for Imperial earlier on today. I thought that they were coming into this one into the day as hot favourites, and they ended up getting smashed out by the end of that series. Yes, they took it to overtime in first map, but even so, it's just so contrast to their previous Fluxo result. And now we have Fluxo coming out from one matchup looking extremely good, and coming into that Dust 2, I wasn't all that impressed. I have to agree. Art was one of a handful of issues I think that they had on that Dust 2 overall, especially when it started to lose control. It felt like they never were able to have a chance to get back into it. The comeback was only generated as far as it was because of the ecos and the damage that they'd done towards Legacy's economy state. Once they got control of that, and once they found their good round, they sealed the deal. So here on Nuke, I think that, yeah, you are right to sort of point out that MIBR result, because there's a good challenge and a good chance right here that they could still go 2-0, because they've already gone 2-0 so far today. Both teams have gone 2-0 in their series. I feel like that with Legacy having a lot of confidence off the back of that first map, that is confidence that is going to be a key threat, I feel like.
Well, one of the difficult natures is that it's still embedding this new system that Legacy have. You mentioned it earlier, Lux picking up the in-game leadership, him and Nissim coming over from Pain at the beginning of the year. They've only played a couple of Dust 2 officials. One of their first ones, they beat an Argentinian team, the Dusty Roots. That was within the first week of joining the team. So it's been really fresh to sort of embed this map into the pool. It's one of the least played for them. So it's going to be tough to get more reps against when you've got MIBR and then you've got Fluxo and then perhaps you might play Nuke against Imperial tomorrow, however it may be. You're kind of getting thrown into the deep end that you're not getting those ECL, those CCT results against the lower division teams to at least get yourself ready. So that's going to be not so much a disappointment, but a negative, I would say, moving into Nuke now for Legacy.
Well, look, earlier on today, we were talking during the veto process of this series, and we were talking about how Ancient could still be a decent map for Legacy because of the fact that they're making shake-ups in their own form, they're adding new players, they're starting to turn those results around, and with that MIBR result in mind, and we're going to make that argument about Ancient, then why can't we also make that argument about Nuke the same?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could, right? It's still a seasoned team. I think for Lato and Damao, they've been around for a very long time. I think Sadzin as well. It's just, from Fluxo, how structured they look on their T side, especially some of those top site splits that we were seeing when you kind of had lurkers come outside into main, art through the door. Kai, in particular, I thought that Kai was just on it. He was being very activated in the mid to late rounds on Nuke in that previous series, and then on Dust 2, he was just kind of down by the wayside, didn't see much from him at all. Remember one round on the comeback, he got that first kill on Lato, rotating through from spawn. He won a round, but we just didn't see that creativity and we didn't see that consistency from him. So I'm hoping that we see a step up of form from Kai in particular moving out onto Fluxo's map pick now.
Well, look, when they moved over from that first map of Train to the second map of Nuke in the earlier series, Kai obviously did explode into life. So that's encouraging that he's moving into the exact same circumstances, they're moving into the exact same map. So maybe there is a map-to-map performance thing for him individually because he was such an important piece to Fluxo when they beat out Imperial earlier on tonight. But again, I'm sort of thinking about where they stand on Dust 2 and how that's going to affect their confidence basis. I'm not sure how much they're going to be disappointed in how they've done. I don't know how much that the team talks are going to be able to affect coming into this next map, and even that could also be the same thing for Legacy and how they're going to form up to approach this next map with the new system in mind.
And if we're pinpointing rounds on Dust 2 and say maybe this was the reason why it went Legacy's way or it didn't go for Fluxo, let's look at Nuke in that Imperial series and say the only reason why it wasn't the 13-3 and a done deal was because of Che. Che was basically carrying Imperial in those last few rounds in the previous best of 3, just clutching, right, getting them out of trouble. So I'm sure that from Fluxo's point of view, they were just all over them. They had a great scoreline at the turn of the half, could have closed that series out a little bit earlier. They'll be looking at this one saying, okay, we had a pretty good fight out on Dust 2. Let's make sure we come in, have a similar game plan, execute our defaults to as much perfection as possible, and send this to a final map decider.
Well, look, I mean, if we're going to talk about star players from the Fluxo side and the individuals and how they're going to get over their opponents here in that last map up, let's talk about Legacy for a little bit because they obviously were the team that won out that last map. They had an 11-6 at one point, a 12-7 advantage at the map point. So who was the most impressive element for that side that you can sort of rely on going into this Nuke?
I would say the AWP of Sadzin looked quite good on the CT perspective, constantly repositioning, always trying to see if he can activate some jewels. Nissim in particular, I know he's a little bit more of an anchor player, so you're not always going to see him involved in the firefights, but he had some class rounds. I mean, it just takes the very first round of the second half on the CT basis to see his 2 picks from the back of Plat to give you an understanding on just how sharp he is. So yeah, Nissim is the anchor and Sadzin is the AWP for me.
All right, well, 2 key players to watch out for in this one. And you talk about how anchors as well have been so pivotal over the course of these 2 series so far. I mean, look, if they've got a great anchor right there in that side, then that's obviously a great defensive element for the for a map like Nuke. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to go down for Legacy. I think that, again, much like in the last matchup, the first half may well set the pace because, of course, Nuke is at the pick of the Fluxo side. Therefore, Legacy are probably going to pick into CT half of things. I'd be shocked if they didn't. And as a result, result, I look at this and I think that the first few rounds may well set the pace for what Legacy can do in this context.
And even for Legacy, if we're just looking at 2025, they have won 7 out of their past 10 best of 3s, only losing to Bestia, one of the best teams in the local divisions, Imperial, who we were rating quite highly at the beginning of the broadcast, and MIBR. So they're not kind of getting upset by the middle of the pack teams. They keep striving for these deeper tournament runs. And I would say, especially with Lux only recently coming into the roster to be that new figure, to be the captain and the in-game leader, this is a challenge now to say, okay, we are one map away from getting into the grand final and one map away from maybe translating some of the success that I had with Pain to qualifying to LAN tournaments and try and bring this to the new organization that I'm representing.
And some of the success as well that Legacy have started to gain a little bit of at the start of this year. I mean, Frost and Fire was the second place tournament where they started to really establish themselves, but they haven't really been able to maintain that as of late, particularly looking at things like the Blaster qualifier, for example. So in terms of this team and how they're going to work it and how they're going to apply themselves in this particular event, I mean, look, they miss out on one opportunity to make it to a big LAN. Right now here, to make it into another, or at least to get closer to making it into another, yeah, you'd be licking your lips at that sort of deal. So for Legacy, it's all to play for Fluxo. It's all about survival in the upper bracket and the not the upper bracket final, rather, as they take it to the server. Again, it's Legacy on the CT side, start of our second map of Nuke.
A double Julies in for both Sadzin and for Demal. You've got quite a bit of util from the T-side perspective of Fluxo. Perhaps a quick A play.
Quick in, damage done, and the Molotovs down against Demal, trying to work around towards the squeaky door angle, but Nix's flashbang is wonderfully placed. Art and History going to overwhelm Legacy quick and easy. 5-on-3 established. Bomb is close towards site. Will try and get planted. Kai is going to come up good against Nissim, so the advantage continues to extend. Legacy wiped out of the server for this round. And Lux will follow suit. Lato and a 1v5.
Just beaten by Util in that round, aren't they? And the mollies go down. Top half back default. Flashes are just excellent. Players are out in position. The first Julies that's sort of in the middle of the floor, just on the outside of Tetris. But you are just going to get caught so blinded by those flashes if you're not playing anti. Fluxo made that pistol look easy.
Yeah, it did. Wonderful and easy stuff. Victory for Fluxo. Legacy will still be forcing the issue into this second round, so they want to go ahead at this early. 3 SMGs and 5-7s on 2.
Intriguing. Lobby crunch straight away.
Rifles are ready for it though. History's mowed through 2. Knicks are going to follow up as well to the players coming out of the hut. Lux has been left very lonely, very far away from all of the action. Demal managed to escape from the very leery position completely unscathed, but the 5-7 in his hand I don't think is going to do much here. Lux can't do much to support him either. Again, just holding the entrance towards the ramp room. Molly's to force them out into the open. Does see one player. Flashbang to the left. Kai does get caught. A lot of damage done means that they can make their way into this bomb site and get this kill with particular ease. And this round should still fall the way of the Fluxo side. Just a formality for Demal to see what more damage he can do. And decent efforts there with the Galil and Over thing. Giving Lux a bit of time to backstab, but only one more kill to add to the tally. The round goes the way of Fluxo regardless.
And perhaps with all of these roster changes that have been happening, with Imperial picking up Che, with Fluxo picking up History, with Lux and Nissim being new to the team, you're going to start seeing a lot of these organizations reinvent their map pools. Maybe previously they were sticking to the maps that were being played by the previous core or just the organization itself. With Train in the map pool as well, maybe we start to see a little bit more of Nuke from Fluxo, and maybe we get to see a little bit more of Dust 2 from Legacy, and that's something we need to keep an eye out for over the next couple of tournaments.
Certainly to weigh up how well these maps play into their respective pools. Yeah, only the 3rd time that Legacy have played it in the last few months. The 5th for the Fluxo side. There's one-sided victories in mind for their own sake. Picked into this one for a very good reason, not least of which was today's result against Imperial. Legacy. Harsh eco in this round, hoping they can catch a player off, maybe get a kill. Establish a little bit of damage against the T-side line. Nissim's ready with the HE. Kai's just been seen. Actually gets taken down by Lux here. HE sent towards History as well as he goes forward into Sadzin. Art's also finding kills alongside Pyria. Tries to catch him in the bomb blast, actually. This might still take out a player. I think they're just going to get away alive in this one. No, Nix does not escape, so actually, very successful late round hunt.
It's not bad. And they need to try and follow up in the gun round, though. Get Sads in on that big green, get him as the heaven rotate. And it's all about trying to contain Art towards the door and some of the outside maneuvers. 3-0 is a decent beginning from Fluxo, but they know that they can keep digging here.
It's like I said at the late portion of that last map, Fluxo, in terms of their eco conversions and their damage on the economy basis, if you can't convert it into the rounds, then you don't really have much worth on them at all. Legacy will understand that. They're doing good on the start up here in the rifle round. Art's been tagged up to 51. And Lux is hearing players towards the outside, but which way are they going to go? Through the smokes and into the outer yard itself, or back behind Red onto the secret creep? It's the latter of the two. And they're going to sneak right past the CT forces. Lux's push, however, might catch information. Will he see them? He will do now. Call it in. No one's seen him in return.
And notice how Nissim's instantly gone from ramp down towards the lower corridors. Now, Sadson has been caught on that rotation out from Hell, so that's going to drive some of the distraction back towards Art now.
Trying to fight on towards the CT player who snuck right behind him. The timing couldn't be even better for Lux. Kill gets found. They check out Dark. Lux doubles up as Nix will trade back the AUG. And for Nissim transfers his spray between two players, and that wipes out the attacking onus. Kai from the back lines all come forward from ramp. Get a kill. Damage on the second. Kill on the third. Demao suddenly potentially might be conceding the seat. Clutch right back towards the man. And from sheer blindness, Kai down there connected the one shot he required. The Legacy will hold on to the round.
Fluxo have done excellent work to take ramp and to get bodies down towards lower. First off, it's individual X Factor that gets Legacy out of trouble there. Lux probably should only be getting one. I'm surprised that he gets two. And then Nissim, it's just a perfect timing for the lineup. Don't often see all usage, but when you're the ramp player and you sit at the railings, you sit at the back of Orange, you can have that long range to use the scope, and it just worked out at the bottom. The Legacy find their first. Fluxo go aggressive outside with two.
Lux straight up, hearing players coming all around him, and Art's awkward spray up top of the mini position has just been dealt with very quickly by the counteraction. Imperial can at least trade it back. Nix and stands in, going blow for blow around the generators and the outside of Heaven. Demao, meanwhile, indoors at the inner bomb site, or the upper bomb site, is going to take down that one trade. Sadzin follows up on history as well. 4-on-2. Legacy gaining full control of this one. Demao being tagged up indoors, still has presence of the T side to deal with, or Nix runs out of ammo and is faced upon by Sadzin to drop that bomb permanently. Kai's Tech 9, a 1v4. There are several very low HP players, but he's got to win these fights instantly.
And this has been an excellent gun round for Legacy. They can build off of this, keep mass players alive, pick up those T-side AKs. Kai is going to struggle to make much happen, just gets dinked instantly, and the swing comes out from back of credit. Legacy make it 2 in a row. They'll be very satisfied with that outcome, because now Fluxo are down to basically Glocks. There'll be a super light investment going into round number 6. And this is where maybe Lux's experience with going to both the Shanghai and the Copenhagen Major, been to IEM Rio, been to IEM Cologne, all with Pain in the last year, is just the building blocks to try to bring Legacy into that same conversation.
Very experienced piece. They're not having the most successful runs in the world in terms of how Shanghai went down. Certainly further than the majority of teams here in the qualifier. Certainly further than what Fluxo have done previously. Then we'll go further in round number 6, because you mentioned it earlier, Dwayne, the damage on the rifles, removing money from players, only effective if you can convert upon it and reset the economy. That's exactly what Legacy have set out and achieved. Nissim now just here to try and make sure that these blocks don't get any sort of steals back. They've taken them away from Fluxo over the course of the series thus far. Doesn't simply be the case in this particular round, though. Decent efforts from Nix and Co. And the Deagle down from Art does damage to Sadzin, but again, 4 players will maintain their lives. The 3 AKs will stay in play, most importantly. And Nissim can drop AWPs if he so desires. Not quite yet for Legacy. Meanwhile, Fluxo's buyback in a follow-up round. The damage is so storms they have to go down to a Galil and a Mac 10 still.
Yeah, an interesting detail about the veto before the map change of Vertigo and Train is that Legacy used to just ban what the oppositions were great at. Always the #1 pick or the best map in the pool, they would just ban it. But ever since Train got introduced in the pool, that stopped very quickly, and Train just became the insta-ban straight away.
Lux, Kai going back and forth already into round 7. It's a very fast execution, or at least a fast play in the default for Fluxo. Kai's dived down the vents. I don't think he was hurt. If he has, can't really do much better for the CTs either. There's smokes in the way, and the rotations of Nissim will already be aware of the players that made their way out from Secret. Imperial out in the open. Fight on one. Nissim can double up. Third player feeds himself up. The taps are very good, but History gets away with the kill regardless. It's a 2v3, and the damage is so staunch against Fluxo.
Oh, Nissim is just cold, mate. That is such a sick hold at the lower bomb side. There's no way History's going to make anything happen in this 1v3 now.
They'll give it a try, but unlikely as it stands. They are taking their sweet time with creeping forward, though. History has to... Oh, no, never mind. Molotov going to burn him to death. Thought for a second that maybe they might have left it a little bit too late, but not in this particular case. Advantage now truly gained by Legacy. 4 on the board. Bomb plants only going to aid Fluxo so much in this next buy up. The money is not 100% there for them. It looks like the Knicks is going to go with a half buy, as are the rest of the T-side line.
And it's moments like that which is why I can sometimes big up anchors. I think it's the unsung hero of a lot of teams. It's very tough when you're always working by yourself. You're always the one to just try and stall and do as much damage. But to get 2 kills and then the 3rd on a dink, that round can be praised to Nissim's efforts.
Got far more than he bargained for. Fluxo out into the bomb site, can get away with 1 kill on Lato, but Damao holds the upper bomb site for the time being. Kai is good for that 1 trade to allow enough room for the bomb to get planted, but it's still a 2 versus 3 for Fluxo on pistols. HP advantage slightly more staunch at the very least for them. Bomb still yet to actually go down here. The smoke's about to clear towards Mini. History gets a chance to actually take Nissim out of the equations. The 2v2 ensues. Lux has seen Kai, and Kai cannot trade. It's all History now.
Stuck in the middle of the bomb site, knows that 1 player's up at heaven, knows that 1 player's towards main. Sadzen's going to have to bait Lux to just go for the 1-for-1.
Leaning in from heaven is Sadzin. Lux low HP. Sadzin needs to hit the pretty good shot here. Oh, History domes him. Now Lux inbound. Swing forward from History. He makes it a triple to even the board again for Fluxo. Clutch and a half for the man. Legacy, not back pegger there.
It's very clever from History of how he was repositioning himself before the bomb even went down. So he gets on top of Tetris, gets on the top of Heart, and he just wants to give himself an elevated angle. Play a bit of an off, unexpected, work on the edge of the top of the smoke too. And just perfect shot against the AWPer and then slow it down against the next rifler. And that was an all-important clutch. Otherwise, Legacy were going to start running away with the lead.
Kai's found Damao to open things up, starting to get spooled up as that star from earlier on today. Lux, he's hearing all these footsteps. He's so close to contact. Can he time this well against Nyx? Yes, he can. Peeked in when he had his head turned towards the smoke and everything, but Nyx still loses that fight. Meanwhile, Nissim is down to that B bomb site once again. The anchor doing so well to get a kill and a half out of it. Man advantage still held up by Fluxo though, because Kai is also struck elsewhere. Sadzin's AWP can't connect the flick. Knows that the bomb's going down towards the backside. He's spotted Art though. Knows that he's there at Old Toxic. History's peak, however, could allow a kill. No, Sadzin gets the frag. Cannot dive down towards Dark. It's Lato all alone.
Now Lato rotating in from the vent, timing up against Kai is good, and he knows that History's somewhere on the floor.
HP advantage. But History is going to take the higher ground. Will Lato be ready for this? Smoke and defuse kit, but History's going to have a nice angle into where that bomb's being planted. Lato not checking the right place at the right time. It was all down to timing, and History comes out on top once again.
Back-to-back clutches from History, and maybe that's something that we need to be watching out for, is just how strong he can be in mid to late round clutches and post-plant or even retaking scenarios. And seems to be one of the strongest players from Fluxo. And Legacy got themselves set up quite nicely in that encounter, and now you're seeing the money reset. And Fluxo, they should be targeting 70 rounds. That would be a good marker, I would say, from this point.
Well, at least get 6 here. Legacy's pistol basis is not all that strong. A couple upgrades on Demal and Lato, and Lux for that matter, but that's about it. Well, at least slow to lean in. Fluxo giving a little bit of breathing time for Legacy. It shouldn't make much of a difference here. 8 is the target. Lux has already been tagged.
And Fluxo not putting bodies towards the outside because they're taking inner, which then means that heavy stack is not going to be rewarded with much. Look for a couple of exits, see if you can make the round somewhat expensive.
Oh, Lato's Deagle's found Kai.
If they get the orb kill here...
Yep, history's going down. Surely not. Oh, Imperial's at least got kills on the flag. No way. No way. Not again. Not another eco steal. Straight USPs out on this one. Nissim's AWP so close towards Nyx. He's scoped in. Is he going to face to the left? No, he's not. The AK is going to start fighting from Sadzin whilst blinded Nissim. He's trying to find where that flanker is. Finally seen Nyx. He dives out of the way. They've called in the save from this one, Legacy. Very good efforts. Again, so close to the steal. They'll make it expensive at the very least. Nissim's actually getting challenged downstairs. He will go falling inside of the vents. Nyx also takes Sadzin out. Okay, that got hairy for a second, but it doesn't lead to a loss for Fluxo.
What is going on? This has been a mental day with how much damage ecos have been doing. You could feel for a moment there that it starts to become winnable. Get the kill against the Orb door, get the kill on outside. But it was just that main smoke. I think that was the biggest issue was, well, no kit, running out of time, and you're still smoked off. And Fluxo just about hold on to 6. And tactical timeout comes through from Legacy. And for their sake, getting it to a 6-6 half is going to be pivotal to at least containing yourself, holding yourself as a bit of a threat on Nuke. Because I think that Legacy have played pretty well so far. But if they go down 5-7, 4-8, it will feel underwhelming from a scoreline point of view.
Legacy still have a chance to equalise the turn. 2 rounds in this half. 2 rounds to separate the two sides. Fluxo tanked damage in that previous round, so a loss here may still cause problems into the last of the half. Legacy. One scope weapon in the AUG, not an AWP luxury that history has. Lux on the outside with his M4. Pretty much alone right here, although backups rotating out from hell. Sadzin trying to provide some support.
Yeah, Fluxo making their noise very heavy towards outside and into secret. Not a massive amount of spam damage is being done, and no one's quick to rotating down towards lower. Nissim's the only player currently that can go from ramp towards B, or it's got to be one of the door players on upper.
Very good damage being done to the Fluxo side at the moment. Lato's forced to rotate down because they've lost control and vision of that secret angle. Lato now posted at the stairs. 45 seconds for Fluxo to make the hit happen.
Yeah, if they start making some noise, that might be where he lobs the HE in. It gets so silent. Ard's trying to fake that they're going outside, so potentially A split, but now you're hearing the footsteps at lower.
Lato's going to find the frag spot, that second player as well. We hear a ton more footsteps. Isolate a secondary pick against the bomb carrier. Nyx misses the orb shot, and now he's low HP. The AUG and Nissim can chime in on Art, and the USP HE combination from Lato will take Nyx. Kai's flank out towards ramp is completely useless now. His entire main force has crumbled, and Legacy will get the 5th that they're looking for.
It's a tiny little off angle that viewers at home might be able to use in their pugs, where a lot of the time, if you're playing at the double doors, sometimes your HE are open, or you open the door and you just jump facing, aren't you? You're just spotting for info, you take contact, you block with util, or you play at the top of the stairs to take that first encounter. To actually tuck yourself, crouch behind the wall on the left-hand side is not a used position often, and the spacing, you'd have to say, was a little bit poor. Not many many T-side players were in trading position, so individual duels being granted, M4's going to start ripping.
And Fluxo indeed will have money problems going into the last round of the half. Legacy in prime position to make it another 6 apiece opening start. Kai finding Demal, however, is going to start things off on the right foot. The blind sprays of Lato will deny R and his vent dive. Nissim posted out towards the ramp room is going to be watching out the trophy entrance where it looks like Fluxo are going to make their way in.
Yeah, all about timing, and when he can get some help. Sadzin's quite far away, so that AWP on rotation towards Hell's not going to come.
Flash sent, Nissim completely blinded by it. Is going to get run down by the Tech 9. Imperial watching, runs right into Sadzin and the AWP. Kai is backed up. Molotovs will try suppressing against the T-side line. Molotovs in particular over towards the control room entrance. Lux is standing by to receive. Smokes are in, they will just keep kept away.
The rotations are still slow from the rest. Lato's still watching top side. Sadzin's watching Hell. They're expecting a lurk. They're not expecting a full committance down towards lower.
And no one's got the bomb here on Fluxo either. It was dropped there in the vent. 40 seconds for them to work with. This does not feel like a very likely round now.
Yeah, they're just blocking for time. This is a good crossfire now.
Lux and Lato downstairs. Sadzin upstairs. Re-smoke towards Lux's position. This does isolate one. Lato going to wait. Blind spray is good. Lato lines him up, knocks him down. Kai, great as he is, can't do the clutch in this one. It is another 6-all-half as Legacy put it back against Fluxo, but move to their T side after the break. Another dead set, even half, just like it was in the last map. Legacy were able to pull ahead of Fluxo by the end of Dust 2 and able to pull ahead by starting things off with pistol conversions and rifles, but it is on their T side now. And Dweg, we've talked a lot about how Legacy have been improving their nuke. The LIBR matchup is a perfect example of that, but to look at the specifics, it was a 7-5 CT side half, only 4 rounds gained on that T side. So have they done enough to take over from Fluxo?
I think they have at the moment. I mean, you got to remember, Lost Pistol 0-3 down, get to 6-6. If they can win an opening pistol or even an opening gun round, then that can set themselves up for success.
Momentum may be the name of the game. Let's see how far they'll carry it. Pistols are set in, and Nix is going to find that opening kill. Lato, first man to fall. Advantage taken in the half already for the Fluxo side, or for the Legacy side rather. Kills being found on knives, perhaps. Oh, yes! Art to find Nissim, the same. 4 versus 2 established, making it 1, with History also chiming in. Cash bonuses and all sorts flying the way of the CT forces. And the pistol will look to be taken by the defensive side.
Yeah, Lux just needs to try and make it expensive towards the tail end. Now, the uncomfortable nature of that round is you've got 2 players with util, okay? So 2 people are sitting on T-roof. They're doing the skylight util. They're probably doing the top hut molly, back default molly, a couple of flashes, whatever it may be. As soon as you lose the hut individual, who's there to trade? 1 indoor and 1 more lobby. Players just aren't close enough because they're setting up the util. So it was the info spot and the aggressive duel with the Julies that just sets up that round. Really good work from Nix.
Fast-paced out of the T side, charging their way into contest. Art's going to go through to History with another one. Nix, similar story. Nothing much gained out of the T side pistols. The rifles are inbound now.
And Legacy need to get a feel of how they want to play on T side. Get a bit of a vibe of the overall pacing, how they want to work outside, how they even want to work this first gun rounds. Having AKs across the board, but not full util sets because of, well, the lack of bomb plants in the last couple. Fluxo have a lead of 2, and you can only imagine that it's going to be pretty soon until History gets onto that big green.
For now, he's on the M4A1S. Alongside Imperial, Nix, and Kai, who just struck onto Damao, kicking things off. Fluxo coming into a world of their own right now. Advantage taken. Legacy going to try and take map control in return.
Yeah, History's in a strong position. Lux is going to have a tight pre-aim if he wants to get this kill.
Checking heaven, but not hell. Swing with a second. History gets them both. Lux with a fast trade back. Molly's sent well for Lux at the very least to try drive players back, but ooh, just seeing that man. It's information to get gained, flashes to come out and over. Still seeing him in the rafters, knows that he's just pushed outside the position. Flash forward, kill found. But he takes a lot of damage for it. Needs a secondary kill, and none's going to present on outside.
Yeah, needs the pick against Kai, and Art's just coming in on the backstab. He's just taking more space away from the T's.
There goes the kill for Kai. Imperial to deal with Lux very quickly after the fact. Fluxo in full form now, pulling ahead with the pistol and the rifle. And no more cash to sustain the buys here for Legacy. We could be looking at a 10-6 in Fluxo's favour.
Now watch out for this hero investment. You'd expect to get the AK up and maybe move it towards the outside. Damao is buying very heavy, so they're utilizing the max round loss bonus, but you have to be trying to get as much out of this as possible. You've got to try and be prioritizing not only a plant, but 2 to 3 casualties from Fluxo.
See what Lux can do. Smokes up incendiaries from Kai. Going to try and pop open the smoke as well with a HE. Find 2 players. Lux and Lato get away with a couple of picks, but no more than that. The bomb can make his way towards that B bomb site, however, with Nissim plays more distraction on the upper site, unable to land much of anything there. Lato trying to hunt for History. Next caught turning. That was the worst timing possible. And not much you could do in that context. An extra AK to go the way of the CT hands. And Legacy will have a broken bye here.
That was well played from Lux. It was a quite creative setup towards outside. So they go with the 2 and 3 smokes when they get to back of T-Red. The Pistols just try and run it down to Secret, and the AK's on the other side. The AK's trying to fight against the rotators and the spam that comes in from main, and it gets incredibly close to working out for the T's favor. Fluxo feel as if they're in touching distance to closing out. Get themselves to that final map decider. Sadzin on the outside, expecting some aggression, so just pre-aiming for now.
Legacy going to turn around soon if they want to try and hold on to their chances of 2-0 in this series. Art's certainly going to start off this round with a lot of positivity to his name. A kill found on Nissim. Oh, and even doubling up to the backlines. Look at his backstab getting on top of the roof. He's hunting for another kill. He doesn't quite get it. Demal trades. Kai now backed up as Fluxo take all sorts of control. Legacy lost out big time.
Yeah, they know that Kai is in deep garage, but they don't have anything to force him in the open. It's just patience. That's what does it. And the timer alone. Sadzin pre-aiming main before that smoke goes down, just in case there was going to be a jiggle. Now, Imperial's rotated down to the lower corridors, but it gets very silent from Legacy. They've got plenty of time to start exploiting towards outside.
History almost caught on timing, but Lux is dead to rights. Advantage taken for Fluxo once again. Demal and Sadzin are grouped together, an AWP and an AK. AWP has got the right idea about the Heaven player, but just not the right timing for it. That player at Secret starts making a move. Imperial could catch Demal on timing. Both backs a turn. This could get very dicey and very quickly fall apart for Legacy. No, Demal is watching it. Right time, right place, or up. History has it marked regardless. Demal now making his way in, sees the head, unable to connect the man. Nyx ready for that bomb plant to get tapped. Going to creep in closer, reveal himself. Give Demal a chance to get the kill. The Glock's getting brought out here. He needs to get this pick in soon, but Nyx gets that frag just in time. Fluxo continue their undefeated run here in the CT side. Legacy look like they've run out of steam.
Demal was convinced that there was another lower player, that it was the AWPer in Heaven and that someone was going to fly up from the vents, but it was cheeky Nyx sitting on the backside that just wasn't giving any info away until it was too late. And Legacy, they've had chances, but I wouldn't even say that they've been winnable chances. They've always been in man disadvantages. They've been trying to claw back some of these rounds in the second half. It's been tough going. And Fluxo have showed a tactical depth that's outclassing them right now. 11-6, could be 13-6. I'm sure all eyes and expectations now are what's Ancient going to call. Because for Legacy, I can't see them surviving for too much longer in this second half now.
Me neither. All that established confidence. The first map of the series seems to have just disappeared. That means that Fluxo should be taking us to a third pretty handily. Legacy only getting that first kill and that second. Lato and Demal trying to hold on to the trade attempted by Art and History, but Art and History get it into a 3-on-3. Legacy charging quickly down into the corridors, down from Secret. B is the target. You've only got History and his AWP over at the ramp. They can potentially resist this, but he's way too late to the mark. It's going to have to be a retake from Fluxo.
And Lato's not seeing anything rotate down from Secret, so that tells you two things. They're either going to come Vent or they're going to come ramp. That's the only place that they can be.
Smoke will clear and they'll see nothing at upper, so now they'll know that Vent should be cleared. AWP of History watching. They're making their way in very quickly into the bomb site. Bomb has been planted for back, so double doors is not even a consideration. Here at Decon, Sadzin with a fight on the Galil. He'll win it. History moving in alongside Nyx, giving up 1v1 fights to this rifler. History finally turns in a pick, but he looks like he's got no room to breathe. He's got no man advantage and he's got no time left. Legacy may go up with this bomb. History still hitting stellar shots, but he will not stay alive. No one will stay alive except for Legacy, feigning off the map points.
And for Fluxo, they'll be quite happy in the sense that they've got the economy edge over the opposition. I know that it's a little bit tight for Kai and Art, but everybody else, you just buy it down. You know that while they've got the round win, no one's staying alive. This is going to be a bit of a shaky buy. You've got two Galils, lack of util, and Fluxo know that this is prime reset opportunity.
Damao to watch Orp set in for history, missing it. Second attempt also going awry. Fluxo losing the first Imperial. Nissim trying to charge them forward. Nyx able to catch one player off guard on that boost there, but not able to turn it into success. Now a player on the B-bomb site on defensive. UMP for Art able to go good for one, but only for one. Now Damao there to cut the rotators of Kai and History, both on the upper bomb site. One in the squeaky. Going to challenge deep, but loses life. History's Orb. No way at making this clutch happen. No way at making this retake happen realistically. He might hunt down Damao, but even that's not going to be happening here. Legacy, 2 rounds in a row. That could well break Fluxo and their situation. Certainly has broken their economy state, because they can't buy here.
Well, good work from Nissim to get that first kill towards ramp. As soon as that kill came in, they just started accelerating, and it was a hard bait setup. You had Nyx just tucked around the corner, but he only got away with one. It was just pure pace once that first encounter comes in, just trying to dive down to the lower bomb site. CT's trying to beat rotations is what Art was trying to do with that arm. Legacy have given themselves a bit of a breather here. And Fluxo's main objective and intentions will be that next gun round.
Yeah, like I said, this one's not going to be any sort of investment. Minus the deagle from Art. Heads to pop. We've seen some silly USP eco steals, or at least steal attempts over the course of this series, but they've all come from Legacy's side. Fluxo yet to provide those shenanigans. All players of the CT forces down in lower. Legacy are leaning to upper, so this round is already over. Imagine that Fluxo might want to try charge in, do some damage, try and take some weapons out of T-side hands. But this should be number 9 for Legacy.
And perhaps this is where, at this point in the game, tactical timeouts start becoming very important for both squads. Using them at the right time, relieving some pressure. Dust 2 didn't feel that close, but then you look at the scoreline and it's 13-11. And I think you can say a similar thing to Nuke, where it seemed as if Fluxo had a big lead. The rounds are coming back now. It might actually get a lot closer than what you might think.
Oh, okay, Art. Couple of rifles for them to save in for the Fluxo side, which actually gives a little bit of firepower over to the CTs. Imagine the Legacy are going to go hunting for this, but not all the way, it doesn't seem. Smoke's involved, they charge forward, they do get Art. History is able to escape, so the saved AK for the next round. Legacy still behind by 2. Can that extra weapon make a difference to Fluxo in their setup?
Hang on, Art's just bought an AWP, thrown it over, but has no armor. I think they're going to have to refund that, surely. He's got
what?
M4, no armor.
Okay. Huh. I mean... credit to the captain for sacrificing himself to set up his star guy. History is currently the top fragger in the server. Sadin Orp looks to go one better. HE is coming in against them. Kai, player towards outside. Lux leaning forward, gets the kill, and Sadin follows up. Imperial and Kai, first 2 victims, 5 on 3. Nissim now going to creep forward. Check the upper rafters. Nyx might be a concern. What a swing that is. This round is falling to pieces for Fluxo.
Indeed it is. And I'm thinking from a CT point of view, you're going to want to save the weapons. But is that actually possible? You've got a minute on the clock. They now know where the AWP is. Legacy have got to be prioritizing getting that bomb down eventually. But with the expectation, we need to hunt. We need to make sure the CTs hold nothing.
Nyx's shoulder just peeking out there. Lux going to get the kill. History. And the bomb is outside, but now he's going to make his way away from heaven. They're going to hear that, so they can put that bomb in safely. Nothing he can do but hold on to the gun. And I imagine that Legacy will also go hunting for him as well at some point. To take this weapon out of their hands means that Fluxo have nothing, absolutely nothing to work with in the next. And that guarantees round 24. And feel free to let me know if I'm like hallucinating or being delusional here, but it feels like to me that in spite of the lead that Fluxo have gained, Legacy have felt like the stronger side in this second half when it comes to their confidence levels. It just feels so much more coordinated than Fluxo, I feel.
Well, they've definitely won more rounds with more players alive. I think you can look at it from that statement. You've had a lot of rounds where Legacy have just worked the first pick, and then everything's crumbled from that point onwards. CTs have tried to over-rotate a little bit too quickly. Perhaps they've gambled a bit too much at times. History is going to hold on to the big green, but 11 to 10, you start sweating it. You're not going to be able to invest for a full buy, but maybe you go in for a bit of a lobby crunch. You maybe go MP9 armor. There's another M4 being chucked around, so decent level of investment.
And History's down to $900 here, so he'll definitely be looking at saving his weapon if things go south.
Yeah, he'll be hoping that he can hold on to that AWP and get some proper damage out of it in round 22.
Decent value weapon sets for a half buy. It's max loss bonus as well for Fluxo, so kind of float should get yourselves into a buy in the next. History and Art will be trying to make a difference here. There's a steal on the table that will come at their hands or Imperial's hands, catching Lux completely off guard now. Pistol player's going to try and get another rifle out of this. Okay. I think business just picked up.
Demal's not seeing anything on the outside. He's scaling, hasn't seen the main player, hasn't seen the garage player. It's a tuck setup from Fluxo. History's waiting for the cross at back of T-Red. Now, they've got the bomb control for the T side, but it is uncomfortable when you start getting in these 3v5s.
History's posted outside. Going to start to extend to look further to the outer yard, but the AWP Saladin's finally caught Art. Nothing received by him. History still watching for an outside press. And he's caught off with a missed shot. Demal, the man caught off completely off guard. Imperial able to trade back a secondary kill. Needs that tertiary one. No. Lato turns on 2 on the upper bomb site. And just like that, Legacy are back in control. But for how much longer? Lato's low. Doesn't matter. Kai tried to dive in from heaven. He couldn't stabilize his shot even if he wanted to. 11 apiece. Legacy are all the way back. And Fluxo... well, here comes their buy once again, the full investment this time.
It looked as if they got a bit agitated in that 5v3. It's a perfect start to the round from Fluxo. You've drawn them in, you've collected the fight with the 5-7, you've picked up an AK and you've made it 2. And then there's just a couple of individual duels being made. You've got a peek in from door, unnecessarily. You've then got History on the outside who's just holding the cross out from the back of T-Red. And yeah, he gets caught on a timing, but there's still movement being created. There's still searching going on rather than just trying to hold a tight crossfire. And that was Fluxo's round right there. Fantastic recovery from Legacy. Lato in particular. Not an easy one by the T side, but 11-11, Legacy will feel that they are in a driving position to win this in regulation and close this series 2-0.
And I'm glad you pointed that out because it's only reinforcing what I was saying earlier about them just feeling like a more confident side in Legacy. They are looking for a lead. Fluxo had their moments, but they've only been moments. Legacy charging out into the upper bomb site. Lux with a kill on towards Nix. He's fully blinded. He'll spray manically, but Kai and Art are going to get those kills. This time with the trade back. Demal is ready for the heaven drop, and he gets History for it. Looks back towards heaven. A second player's inbound. Kai is dealt with. Imperial takes 2. Sadin of 5-7's pulled out, and Imperial's caught in the jump up by a margin of 62 HP. Legacy are on map and match point.
Pure chaos. They've just tried to commit for a top site play without even a huge amount of util. Great cracking entry to start things off, and then it just starts getting out of order. CTs are trying to rotate from main. They're coming heaven. There's just spam central absolutely everywhere. Fluxo have gone from a 6-6, 11-6, 11-12 down. Perfect opportunity with this kind of buy state. 3 M4s, 1 FAMAS, 1 MP9, no kits, lack of util. You take it now. You take the win.
So on the precipice of the end. Fluxo. Are they about to bottle it? It feels like they are within touching distance of the end of their upper bracket run. Legacy a single round to make happen. Fluxo broken by the 3M4s on Kai, Art, and Imperial are the 3 elements that we need to see go ham right here. Lux finds Kai, transfers right back to Art. Demal, the only victim of that exchange. Lux might be low, but Legacy are up.
And now they just got to relax. They've got deep outside, they've got a lobby lurk, and they've got the Ort watching secret. There's plenty of time left on the clock. The CTs are going to be forced to make a mistake due to the time alone. They need an info play. They need an advantage. History's trying to scale up here at Sally. The smoke's starting to clear, and Nissim is out in the door.
$60 seconds.
They should A-split here. With Nissim's timing, they should come main and split.
The walk for, oh, he's found the smallest pixel gap. He knows there's players back there. But how many though? Molly's sent, they walk, they see 2, they're down, they're out. There's no coming back from this period. Legacy, it was a hard-fought battle, a struggle and a half throughout this map when they were on the back foot for the majority of it. But they have done it. Fluxo to be defeated in 2 maps, no third in this exchange. The more solid squad of the T side have stepped up to the plate. Their Nuke might not necessarily be a historically fantastic map, but on this day, it is theirs to rule. 13-11s on both occasions, but a 2-0 victory for Legacy puts them in the grand finals of the South American qualifier for IEM Dallas.
And that lurk was pure quality, and the intuition and to know the gap under there at the default barrels, to be able to at least get the tell that there's one person there. Once the molly comes in, it's a done deal. For Legacy, they showed composure when things were really tough. I thought they had a pretty good first half. I think they struggled to get going in the second. They lost pistol, lost first gun rounds. The scoreline was getting away from them, but a couple of key moments and overall determination got them out on top. And this is a team from the Open qualifier now going straight to the grand final.
Yeah, it's like I said a moment ago. It's like I just felt that they were the more confident side, and you're right. I think that's the perfect way to describe it. They kept their composure when pressure was high. That really is a difference maker, I think, between these two sides, and it is a huge victory for the Legacy side because you are right in the Open qualified position. Like they certainly weren't a team I was looking at with the highest regard. I looked at Imperial more so than the 2 qualifier teams that I looked at as seeing right. These are going to be guys that are going to go far in terms of this particular bracket. But as it stands, Legacy have done extremely well with their matches. I would have seen them beating Sharks. I did not see them beating Fluxo with particular ease, and I didn't see them beating him in 2-0 fashion. I thought it was going to be a 3-map affair regardless of which direction it went. The fact that it wasn't really goes to highlight what I'm saying from earlier, Dwayne, that sometimes the performances seems to fluctuate between 2 series.
It's true. I would say from Legacy, this is a great positive and maybe a good benchmark since bringing in 2 experienced players like Lux and Nissim to say, okay, we've got the pedigree with a new system, right? We've got a new caller. We've been able to 2-0 Bestia in the Open qual. We've come to the closed qual. We've now gone back-to-back without dropping a map today. And yeah, it got testing at moments, and I'm sure they would have looked at many rounds in particular on Dust2 and Nuke and said that it wasn't comfortable. But to be able to do that against some decent squads locally, I think it's showing the upgrades that have been made. And I'm sure the main reason they got made was a disappointing RMR, right? I mean, you mentioned it earlier with the Ancient performances, getting slammed out by 9Z, getting wrecked by M80. I'm sure the whole mindset was that wasn't good enough. We're not happy with how we ended off last year. Make those changes, and within the first couple of months, I think it looks very positive.
I have to agree. This is certainly not the legacy that I saw from that RMR, and not the sort of legacy that I saw from the end of last year. And yes, they might have had a bit of teething issues at the start of this one, but I think that they're geared right now to try and make amends for missing out on Lisbon. I think that they can make it to Dallas. The way that they're looking right now, all I want to see is them maintain that confidence going into tomorrow, because they will be in the grand finals of the double elimination bracket. As for Fluxo, they drop down to the consolidation match in tomorrow's proceedings, where they will be taking on Sharks, who beat out Imperial over on the other stream. Yes, a 2-0 series, so definitely not their day. Came in with a 9-match winning streak into today's proceedings, and they've lost 2 on the trot. It was a 13-11 on map 1, so credit where it's due, but even so, it's still 0-4 in terms of maps, which I didn't expect to see out of Imperial, I have to say.
That's a tough loss. That's going to hurt the boys a lot with how many IEMs they qualified to last year, with going to both majors, going to both seasons of ESL Pro League, and yet in a closed qualifier with local teams, you can't even win a map. That's a wake-up call for sure.
Yeah, most certainly. But as things stand, I mean, what can you do at this stage? Sometimes you take losses, sometimes you're not coming in on the day. I thought that on the day performance certainly was lacking from the Imperial lads. So back to the drawing board on that particular regard, back to finding out a new opportunity. Look, they will be in Brisbane, so there's always that at the very least. But in terms of Dallas, their run has ended. We'll kick things off tomorrow back here in the same place at the same time with our lower consolidation match again between Sharks and Fluxo. Then we move to see the victory of that taking on Legacy for the final spot in IEM Dallas from the South American Close Qualifier. But for today, that is all we have for you on our introductory days. Again, make sure you're back here tomorrow for the final day of the South America Close Qualifier for IEM Dallas.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. I'm Charlotte's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand final.